Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em main event. Live from Oslo. Hear me loud and clear. We are at the final table. We have reached it after Sunday and Monday. Hope you're all very well wherever you are tuning in from. What a final table this is set out to be. We've got some big names still in the field. They're playing for €172,000. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, 9 players remaining now from a starting entry field size of 1,110. Let's go, shuffle up and deal. Cards are in the air. Small blind is 60k, getting the action started. The big blind is 120k, with 120k running big blind ante. And right off the bat, Adrian Kazaku is one to watch. He's been fearless throughout this coverage the last couple of days. And Samuel Todisco is a big player to watch as well. And I don't mean big as in he's had big results. I mean he's a big player to watch as in he's playing about a quarter of all the chips in play, same as Kazaku. So between Kazaku and Todisco, they are playing half the chips in place. The rest of the players are going to have to adjust accordingly. What a few days of coverage it's been so far, and I know this one's not going to let us down. They've all secured that 10k ticket. We do have an all-in right off the bat. Ole is going to stack off with his last 4.7 bigs with the King Deuce suited. Although he is by far the shortest stack, I don't know if he wants to stack off here with the King Deuce suited with no fold equity. It's never going to be that bad, but against Kazaku's range, it's going to be pretty wide. He's going to have a lot of random cards that will give Ole the lead sometimes, but does pick up a flush draw on the turn here, and he is ahead with his deuce. Just to get him back into it, folks, he'd have 13 bigs. Spin and win. Hits the flush. There you go. Double up. First hand of the day. Not so bad. Samuel Todisco basically has 6k. Sorry. 60k on his hand and mob. I did all this homework last night, but obviously I've just woken up, etc. Total live earnings for him is 52,742, but it's important to note that 51,000 of that money came from one cash. So, although he could be some type of cash game sicko, he is one to watch because he is playing for the largest score of his life. A lot of these other remaining players will be playing for one of the biggest scores of their life, but they do have the guts of a $500,000 or a few 100k at least on their hen and mobs. You see the average stack is huge today, folks. Over 50 big blinds. Yeah, just Googling some of the other names just to refresh my memory. Yeah, another player to watch out for is Renee Schnitzler because his total live earnings stand at $37,861. So that's two guys. Not saying that they're inexperienced, but this is a huge jump up, playing for nearly €200,000, 172,000 for the winner. The title. We've got some tough opposition. He does find himself in the middle of the pack, and then you've got Claudio Di Giacomo, who needs no introduction. He's got about $500,000 in tournament live earnings. There's a third guy. He's only up $13,726. That's Mattia Melodios. Hope you're all writing this down. You can remind me later. Florin Balan, after that amazing call yesterday. Amazing call on the river with the King 6. Lost a huge pot then with his Kings against Queens. Tried to smile it off, but you could tell it hurt him. We have Claudio Diacomo with Queens here, raising to 240. I'm telling you guys right here, right now, I don't know exactly how short Florin is, but never write that man off. Don't know if I loved his raising to 1.1 million and then having to call off nearly 2 million more with the pocket nines in that exact scenario. I know we had an overpair on the 743. He does have $500,000 in cashes plus. And Nathaniel Elidan has a total live earnings of 23,000. So that's 4 players at this FT that will have some form of inexperience in terms of playing for this kind of money. Claudio here flopping a set. So we really have a mixed bag of carrots. Half the table have had significant scores in their careers and half have not. Believe it or not, Ukrainians Ole Okhotsky is the star stud at this final table. The only player has a total live earnings of over $1 million, and I actually didn't think he did. 1.2. So there you have your final 9, guys. All hen and mobbed up for you. If you're tuning in on YouTube, welcome. And of course, a massive welcome to the Poker Room Kings, the Action Man Army on Twitch. My name is Action Man Dan, of course. If you're new to the channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. If you want to find out additional information about this fantastic resort, it's all happening under one roof, live from the Kings Resort in Rosvadov. Head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Apocalypse is in the house. What's up, Apocalypse? Fantastic help to me yesterday. I see Bird. What's up, Bird? Now, in terms of strategy, obviously you've got the 2 biggest stacks, which you've mentioned already. You've got a couple of shorties, and you've got a couple of stacks in the middle. When I say in the middle, they're very well stacked. This is a 75-minute clock, as far as I know. It's going to be a hell of a long day of poker. I've got my steak resting down there this time, guys. Got some other little meals prepped here and there. These are all in for one hell of a ride. Seatbelts and airbags. Let's go. Vamos, me filo. Llama. Zaku. Expect to see him be very active, as I've before mentioned. Got the chips to do it. One of the things that's most interesting to me now at this final table is see how the cream rises to the top. These newcomers don't seem to be too phased in the last 2 days of the coverage. They're at the final table now. They're under the bright lights. Hopefully, they've had a good sleep and got something nice to eat. Bit of meditation, whatever's clever, whatever works for you, Trevor. Sad to see Terence Eatham couldn't make it to the FT, but a nice run for him nonetheless. Kazaka with the min, Daniel with the call. 8-9 Jack is the flop. 3 overcards to the 7s. Open ender for Daniel. Backdoor diamond draw. The boot. Turn is a queen. Gives Daniel the straight. The heart draw to Adrian, but just the 7 of hearts. Nothing to get too excited about. Daniel will take that one down with a small bet. And because it was quite frantic at times the last few days, there was times where it didn't have a break for 3.5, almost 4 hours on the first day. And something similar happened earlier yesterday. And then we seemed to have a break when we had a lot of redraws, etc. I'm just on the King's page here, and it says we have a break. They have a break in an hour, so we have a break in an hour and a half or so. It looks like we would be playing 2 levels at a time. I presume that makes sense. That's 2.5 hours each. I suppose it's 2 frames, what you call it, 1 session, whatever way you want to label it. Doesn't bother me. It seems like we will have a break every 2.5 hours or so, just to be aware. We don't have any redraws today. Current payout is €12,750. I think that's all the formalities out of the way. So says back for another day of poker. Hope you're well, Dan. Yeah, people are always very conscious of my well-being, so I appreciate it. I went to my ice bath and my sauna on Saturday, and I'll be going straight again tomorrow. Maybe I'll just vegetate for a full 24 hours. I don't know yet. I am determined not to get sick this winter because in Ireland there is a plague of flu going around. Almost impossible not to catch it. See, you live with old folks, and I was at Galway and half the room had it. So I just want to keep going to the ice bath and the sauna every couple of days. Flush anything out. Trying to eat healthy. Having said that, I have a very large coffee in front of me and 2 chocolate bars. I do not regret it. Adrian taking that one down, very small pot on the river. Iso says, yeah, I've been sick since the first, still getting over it. I'm telling you, that flu that's going around is worse than any COVID. Maybe not any COVID, but you know what I mean? It's really doing a number on people. It's not going away. It's lasting for a long time. Hearing a lot of stories about people relapsing. One of my friends, who I won't name for legal reasons, I know, bagged one of the biggest stacks in the room for the Galway main event and had to go to hospital the following morning for breathing difficulties and gets out of hospital to go play the main. Thought I'd share that one with you. I've got a few funny poker stories over the years. Some of them, I'd need my own podcast. I don't know if I'll be able to say a lot of them on stream. Daniel raises to 250 here under the gun with the King Queen offsuit. Florin is going to call in the big. So we see Florin still in the mix with the guts of 30 bigs to start this hand. Like I said, never write this man off. He had that hand with the nines. He had that hand where he would have had over 10 million in chips had he not lost with his kings. Queen arriving on the turn. I think it was against Samuel Disco. Pretty sure it had to be because Samuel Disco coming in hot with over 100 bigs to this FT. Queen, Jack, 10, 2 clubs. It's a flop, and we've got action right off the bat because Florin has flopped a straight. Daniel has top pair and an open ender. 500k is now the bet on the turn. Florin just deciding what's the best way to proceed to try get the max amount of value for his straight. See, interesting decision here for Florin. Does he just call again, or does he try bump it up? And if he bumps it up, does he just... He's in an awkward zone with his stack size to make it, say, 1.2 million and have 1.7 behind. I think his best course of action is to just call or jam. He does call. Reverse the 7 of clubs. Now, stack to pot ratio is getting very close to 1-to-1. That 7 of clubs is not great. And I would like to see Florin lead here more so than check, because his opponent is going to check back a lot on this river. So like this from Florin, it looks like he's just trying to get a cheap showdown. We've seen Daniel El Hahani make some moves yesterday. He had a lot more chips. Florin gets paid. Dangerous man to be given chips to. He is way now back in the mix is what I was trying to say. He's over 5 million. He's 43 bigs, and he is right back in contention. It is early. Sometimes my brain don't work too good. But every time my brain don't work too good, we have Apocalypse to correct me and help me with my English. Don't we, Apocalypse? Strata says, don't know about the rest of you, but I've been at work for an hour already. 6 a.m. local time. It's almost 7 a.m. here. Oh. And I felt bad about getting out of bed, Stratus. Dina says, I'm in holidays, 8 p.m. here. Ooh, very nice, Dina. Where are you? Do tell. We do see a 4-bet rip there from Renee while I'm stuffing my face with chocolate. Kazaku going for a 3-bet, standard enough 3-bet with the King Queen offsuit here with all those chips. Renee going for a 4-bet, putting an end to that with his Ace King of Spades. Samuel raises to 240 here in the cutoff into the blinds. And Daniel wants to see if Flop's going to call for 180k more, and Ole is going to come along for the ride for 120k more. And for a penny in for a pound, and with the 10-9 off suit. Here we go. Queen, 3, deuce. Very likely see for this go. Love that second name, by the way. I know I said it yesterday. I'm saying it again. We very likely see him barrel here. At least one barrel. Good shot straight draw. Although he does have spades, he has all the chips. And that looks like a raise. I'm not the biggest fan of a raise here from Daniel. You want to give some rope to Samuel to keep barreling off on flops, turns, and rivers. We raised to 1.2 million here. So it's going to be the end of hand. Tough for us to get called. And the disco will get out of the way. Daniel will pick up that pot, but I feel like he might have got more value by allowing his opponent to continue barreling. On that exact occasion, anyway. We see action on the turn here on the 10 ace 6-6 board. Daniel's going to bet 325. Standard enough stuff, free. Perhaps we would prefer to see Daniel 3-bet this particular combination, but against the chip leader and ICM pressure, I don't particularly mind just calling on the button in position. Daniel will take that one down with a bet. So lots of aggression happening in the opening proceedings here. I love it. We love to see it. Action is our mantra. 80k is now the small blind, 160k is the big, with 160k running big blind ante. Looks like we were towards the end of a level when we bagged and tagged last night. The lucky 9 hopefuls remaining. And Florence had a good start here so far. Let me know in the chat who your pick is, by the way. I know it's easy to pick one of the 100 big blind stacks. I think I'm going to go with my man Florin Bilan. If he gets a stack going, it'd be just boring for me to pick one of the... Very hard, actually. Sorry now, I have to retract slightly. But Adrian Kazaku, like, he's got 100 bigs. It's going to be very difficult to beat. I still like Florin Bilan to get a podium finish. How about that? We do have Israel, Ukraine, Germany, Switzerland, Italy, 2 Romanians, 2 Italians actually, and 2 Romanians. Then Switzerland, Germany, Israel, Ukraine. So 2 from Israel, 2 from Italy, 2 players from Romania, 1 from Germany, 1 from Switzerland, and am I forgetting anyone? I am, of course. The star stud at this FT, who's up over 1 million, 1.2 million plus on his Henna mob, Ole Okhotski. Get back to some of the chat there now. Walker says, I'd be still fast asleep at 6 a.m. Yeah, sometimes I'm only going to sleep at 6 a.m. First world problems. ISO says, would kill for some Thai curry right now. I don't know about Thai curry for breakfast. We do see Nathaniel getting the last of his readies in the middle here, folks. Madiev probably feels like he's priced in for 4 bigs total. The reason being is he has his big blind invested and his big blind ante, and although this sucks with the 10-4 offsuit, when you do the maths, it's fairly close. You can let these spots go. But with that much chips, well, he only has 23 bigs, I suppose. I could go either way with this one. If it was suited, I would be calling the offsuit variety. I think he can put it in the bin. But any less, I think he'd have to call. It really is razor thin for 4 bigs there. Perhaps even a jack high or a queen high we need to call. Shadow says, did who make it to the final table? He did not. Who let the dogs out? fell short. Richie says, good afternoon, and a special hello again to the best poker commentator on Twitch, the Action Man Dan. Well, with these comments, you're really spoiling me. Certainly not the best. Maybe the most zany. Actually, no. We all know who the most zany is. I don't mention any names. Entertaining. I definitely feel like I'm entertaining. When I feel like it. Adrian Kazaku with the min raise. Thank you for your comment nonetheless. Nice to know I'm doing a good job. Or at least for the most part. I think I might start bringing in mystery guests, celebrities from around the world, and I'll do impressions of them. Spoiler alert. We could have Tyson Fury in the booth with me, or Jordan Peterson. Maybe Conor McGregor. Although maybe not these days. Just an idea. Maybe I could get some poker celebrities in there as well. And do some work on how to do impressions of poker players and tender in the boot with me. Maybe I'll just stop being so sad and get on with my life. Richie says he goes for Renee Schnitzler. Richie says, for me, you are the best, Stan. Maybe it's the overall package, Richie. I don't do any one thing that great, but maybe when you put it all together, it ain't so bad. Walker says you go with Giacomo from what we saw yesterday. It's a great pick, Apocalypse. The dude's a beast. Certified. Daniel with pocket fours. Now you see these spots, even though we have a lot of chips, I would be more inclined to let pocket fours go than raise in this particular situation. These small pockets, deuces, threes, fours, even fives plus, I think it's like a sixes type deal. Going to be raising here into nearly a full table, some huge stacks behind. We just don't play that well. It's going to be tough to go post flop. Let's not forget the jumps that we're dealing with today. Just going from 9 to 8, you're going from 12, 750 to 16, 3. Top two going to clear €100,000. Third going to get 73, 2. Remember, there's no deals for the World Series of Poker. Not that I am aware of or have been notified about anyways. I don't think it's allowed. Fourth for 54,900, and fifth is 42.5. Still a very, very nice score. When you think about it, it's an only €1,100 buy-in. 3-bet to 1 million here from the small blind from the chip leader, or he's second in command actually. They're tit for tat there between Adrian and Samuel. And this is why I don't like opening fours in the first place. You feel like you are priced in to try flop a set or something when your opponent three bets from the small. And now you have to realize you've put in a million chips trying to flop a set or try outplay your opponent post flop against a very competent Adrian Kazaku. And I really feel like this shows the inexperience of Daniel. He's up against it, against a man of Adrian Kazaku's caliber. These Romanians playing out of their socks, by the way. But I have said it yesterday, I said it on Sunday, and I'm saying it again. I feel like we've had a lot of years of Romania, and it could be, very well be, the year of Italy. Kazaku takes down another one. Now he definitely is the chip leader. 13.4 million. Walker says, I'll get today's word of the day done earlier so we can focus on the final table. And Stratus says, felt it, meaning losing all your money or chips at the poker table. Yes. Yes, oh yay. There's Tilted as well. Let's not forget about Tilted. We'll get to your word of the day after this hand. Daniel raising. 320 to go. I'm under the gun. Daniel shoving, and Daniel is going to be priced in to call Nathaniel Elidan and the two black ladies with 75% equity to double up. It'll be a healthy double up, folks, to 2.44 million. Eight, jack, four, two diamonds. It's never easy. A lot of outs to dodge now for Nathaniel. You can see it's nearly a coin flip situation. There's a six. Feels like a diamond's coming for some reason. But it is not to be, and I am incorrect. We have a heart rolling off. Nathaniel getting a well-needed double up. Okay, guys, are you all ready for the word of the day? Symptomania. The fantasy that there's some elaborate diagnosis out there that neatly captures the kind of person you are, tying together your many flaws and contradictions into a single team, which wouldn't sort out the mess inside your head, but would at least let you mark it with a little sign so people know how to walk around it. Sounds like you're just giving yourself more problems. Oh, actually, I'm like this because of that. Yeah, I like that a lot, Apocalypse. Like I always say, there's a fine line between having OCD and being a see you next Tuesday. Mic drop. Oh, he said it. Oh, he said it, guys. Florent 3 pen to 1.1 million from the small blind. Matthew, the original opener of 22 bigs or so. King Jack suited, going to be forced to put this one in the muck. And another one for Florent. He is back over 5 million. All the time is in the house saying he's still hungover from his birthday. You know what? I love to hear it. I don't love to hear that you're hungover, but I love to hear that you gave it socks for your 44th birthday. I haven't had, over a week now since I had any alcohol after the Christmas period. Had a night or two in Galway, of course. Yeah, about a week. Since the 7th, I would say. First few days are never great. With the ice bath and the sauna and the steam room and the jacuzzi. Great addition. Never come out of there going, you know what, that was terrible. Why did I do that? Ole is going to defend in the big flop coming up for him with his Queen Jack, but he does miss. And Claudio just going to set him in. Ole going to be forced to fold. ISO says, I'll combine the words of the day to bring you Feltomania, the fantasy that all my problems will be solved over the poker table instead of ending face down on the felt. Oh, ISO, I love it. That was brilliant. You should be writing that one down now, Apocalypse. Yappa Snap is in the house. Oh, here he is now. Lads, how are we? Hope the dog's being fed and walked. We have assistance on hand today, Yappa. And an Aussie tuned in the middle of the night and asked about you, or said, did you know? I said there was a guy in here from Australia earlier, and he told me that when you come into the chat to make sure that I say you are the Willy Whiffer. And that you would know exactly what that meant. So, there you go now. Ole is all in from the small blind with two red ladies. Daniel calls. I believe it was spelt with a H, Stratus. Daniel's going to call with the 10-7 off suit. 17% equity, but Ole set the double up here. Never easy. 7 on the flop. Needs a 10 or a 7 now. Ace of spades rolling off. Even more outs now for Daniel. It is a 9. Ole, very lucky to survive that one and double up. I wouldn't say very lucky, but he had a lot of outs to dodge. Yappa wants to know, who was it? He said pickle sniffer, didn't he? Willie Whiffer. I can't keep saying it. It was like ADM something 23, I think it was. Apocalypse knows the guy as well, I think. Samuel with the min, with the king-queen suited, round to Renee. Renee played quite well yesterday, by the way. It's actually astonishing to me that 4 of the players at this FT have had limited success. Like, they could easily be cash game beasts, as I always mention, but the Hen and Mob, in terms of tournaments, tells a different story. Samuel flopping top 2. And Renee. Gonna have to see a turn here for that price. People saying he was a John Goodman lookalike yesterday. 4 clubs rolling off. $500K is the turn bet. Renee will call a second time. There's the 3 of diamonds, nearly 2.4 million in this pot now. Now, Todisco might be barreling fairly wide here in terms of a straight draw, flush draw. But that jack is a card we would want Samuel to have. He does unblock hearts. Bet is 925. I think we've called flop and called turn. I don't know about calling river against a very aggressive player. He might decide he wants to put the foot down and call all 3 streets. What do you think he's going to do in the chat here, folks? Looks like he's got calling chips in hand. Does call. He's going to get the bad news. And he's going to lose a chunk of change there. Puts him back down to about 6 mil. And this guy gets richer. Samuel now almost identical stack to Kazaku as far as I can tell. 13.6 million, I think, was what I seen in Kazaku's stack. I don't know if we want to call Samuel in that exact spot for all three streets. I think we called flop and called turn and just fold river. He should be checking back with a decent amount of flush draws as well. And we have the jack, so we don't really have the right combination to call there all three streets. You see how much now this is balanced out, guys. You've got 85 bigs and 84 bigs at the top, and then all the other remaining 7 players have 40 bigs or less. 38, 34, 32, 32, and 20. And then you've got Nathaniel and Ole fighting it out at the bottom, 13 and 9 bigs. Nobody wants to bust before those two. Significant pay jumps, etc. being the reason why. All that ICM pressure, all that good stuff. Hope you're enjoying the show. Live for just over an hour now. If you are just tuning in on YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch, you're watching the final table of the €1,100 World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em main event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. And I am your broadcaster and Irish pundit for this one, Action Man Dan. We have Adrian with the Jack 10 of Diamonds opening things up. Florin's just going to take this one down with a 3-bet. 7's going to get out of the way. That's the difference. You see 7's opening and folding to the 3-bet. You see 4's opening and calling to 3-bet. There's some sort of commotion going on in the background there. Don't know if it was a TD or what the crack was. We have best TDs in the business. Andy Tillman walking around there not so long ago. Cumberland winning another one. Guys, he's gaining traction. I think he started with about 3.5 million. You can see he's all the way up to 6.9, almost 7 million chips. So he is essentially doubled up the first hour of play. That says, did someone fold 10s just before the 8-8 folded? Did I miss something? The 8 fold, or I don't remember seeing 10s being folded. Samuel's going to bet here on the turn on the Ace King 6-10. And Kazaku wants to see a river. Stratus is smoking the good stuff again there, I think. I don't remember seeing 10s being folded. Perhaps 8s where I was shouting down the stairs about a dinner request. Truth be told, needed some assistance for today. With zero assistance yesterday. Not that I'm on the special bus or anything. Just, many hands make light work. Especially when you're scooping the booty, stacking those chips to the top. ISO says, I don't think so. Didn't have my nerd goggles on. Here we go, folks. Bing, bang, boom. Just like that. Samuel with the kings. Ole with ace 10 suited. Ace king 9 is the flop. Ace in the window. It was looking good before the king rolled off a kings. And now Ole facing elimination in 9th place. Unless he gets absurdly lucky. Turn is a deuce. And it is all over for Ole Okhotski from the Ukraine. Bows out in 9th place. We have our first casualty of the day, and we are now going 8-handed. There's Andy Tillman. How could you miss him? Good game, sir. Unlucky in the end. You take home €12,750 for your efforts. That means all 8 remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €16,300. Milan with the best hand here on the turn on the 3 ace king 10 board. The two Romanians will know each other's game inside out and back to front. Two of the most accomplished players remaining in the field here, Florin and Kazaku. All blind against the cutoff. And Kazaku gonna go for a small bet here of 325. This might get flushed out some equity in the small blind of the land. We can clearly see he's not going to be going anywhere. The top pair. It's hard to get Florin Balan to even fold his laundry. We found that out yesterday. And I mean that in the best way possible. This guy not go quietly into the night and will call you down if he thinks he has the best hand. Mattia is all in with his ace queen. Kazaku wants to count. I think this is going to be too much for Kazaku. It's 18 big blinds total. That will get the ace jack out of there. Yabba Snap says, Dan, what's your next big tournament you were going to play in? Oh, I never played poker in my life, mate. I'm just a charlatan. I've had some big results online. I'm a scoop champ. I've won the Sunday Storm. I had a second huge result in the scoop a couple of years ago. I had to go do some soul searching. I took on this job for one night to fill in for Fintan Gavin, and the rest is history. It happened to suit me because I was in college studying psychology. And then I done counselling. I am actually officially a certified counsellor. I'm just waiting for my papers in the post. I am really enjoying playing poker again. Played lots online on GG over the Christmas. It didn't really go amazingly well. It was a big adjustment for me. Played well in Galway, and I am happy to announce I am going to play a 1K in Sofia. She sounds like a lovely woman, Sofia, but it is actually a tournament that's in Bulgaria. 1K, that is roughly Friday the 7th of February. And I will be back for the Monday afternoon. Mightn't be back in time for comms that day. I'll have to get someone to fill in or at least do a few hours for me. So there you have it. I've got a call from someone who was interested in putting me into the 1K. Flight, accommodation, all sorted. And it sounds, I'm all about people making me offers that I can't refuse. Godfather style. That will be my next tournament. And then there is an Irish poker tour coming up in Glasgow, where I lived for nearly 2 years. That's going to be a hell of a stop. And if I'm feeling frisky, I will go to that as well. If not, I've got my sights set on the Irish Open, and I will be in camp getting ready for the Irish Open. It'll be very difficult for me to say no going to Glasgow because the casino it's on in the Elite Casino, I happen to know a lot of those people, or did anyway. Perhaps the North remembers. Perhaps it's about time to find out. Hope that answers your question. Getting a scope here. It will be the European Poker Sports Championship on Monday the 10th. I'll be trying to rush home for. I think my flights are going to correspond too well with that. I think it's a morning flight, but I'll be arriving in Dublin around 3 p.m. So I don't know. I'll have to figure that one out. Snaps says, well, there you go, the gambling shrink. I have a therapist as well, and her name is Music. Yeah, but Snap says, good luck, mate. Thanks. Made a movie about Dan's blackjack playing. The movie is called Rayman. Dustin Hoffman played Dan in the movie. Walker says, you're going to the Glasgow event. Maureen from our Twitch chat will be there too. I don't know who Maureen is, or maybe I should. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, getting a bit distracted. Mattia flopping amazing amount of equity here on the 887 with two clubs out there. Oh, 2 seconds there, Maureen. MJ. Loach. Of course you are. That's very silly of me. That all makes sense now. I've seen your name. You're Maureen Blaustinger from Switzerland, if I recall correctly. And you have big ties in helping that tour. We arrived at the river here at 1.7 million in the pot. Pretty sick here for Mattia. He's missed everything. You know what happens when you miss everything and you're in a big blind, you're on the river and you're below the pot, you've got 15 bigs behind. You've got to push it to the limit here. Now, when I say push it to the limit, I don't know if he wants to go all in. Shoving it all in sounds so sexy to me. But it might just be a bit of overkill. So then we go for a different sizing of about 800k to make it look a bit more milky. You just go for that milky sizing. Daniel doesn't think too long before folding. Yes, to be honest with you now, every time you see MJ, I automatically just thought of a male's name. Forgive me. It was Clinton who told me to watch out for your name a few years ago. That you're quite an important lady. So it all makes sense to me now. And I assure you I will not make that mistake in the future. I'm still debating if I drive to Kings Thursday to play the Dutch Masters. It is one of my favourite tours. Yeah, the Dutch Masters is always a fan favourite. Someone reached out to me. Don't know if we talked about this right this moment, but someone reached out to me about joining me for some of that commentary next Monday. He is a Dutch guy, so I might have someone says he knows a lot of the players on the tour, and he would like to get in there and talk a bit of stuff. So perhaps I'll have him in for the first few hours. I don't really know yet. Says she should probably be a VIP here. Agreed. Lauren, no longer 6 million, no longer 7 million, almost 8 million now. And you lads, this guy. Apple Snap says, I know my jokes are really funny, but I don't eat PIP. You're new around here, Apple Snap, but it is great to have you with us. We definitely have a few zingers. Willy Whiffer zingers. And an update of the chip counts. You now have 4 players under 30 bigs. Renee firmly in the middle of the pack here with 34. Look how much Florin Bilan has climbed all the way up to 50 big blinds. I think he started with somewhere around 25. I think exactly with 77. Samuel, nearly 100 bigs. What a fun final table this is. Spoiled for action from some of the best to ever do it at Kings. Yappa Snap says, I knew I wanted to be a comedian and I was funny as a kid. I told my mum that and she laughed. Something similar happened to me. I done the open mic in Berlin for 18 months, in Glasgow for 18 months, and then tried my arm at it in Dublin, but trying to do the commentating and college and then going traveling to Dublin to do 5-minute spots was just no good. We do have Nathaniel all in here for 10 bigs, and Daniel going to be priced in here for 7.8 bigs more. We're going off to the races, I would imagine, although that looks like he wants to fold. Oh, jeez. Oh, dear. Getting away with murder there. Pocket Seven's getting to take it down. Daniel's going to fold for 7.8 big blinds more. Pocket says it wouldn't be a good comedian, would probably get cancelled. Yeah, I would imagine so. Boy, I can't have you on the mic with me, buddy. You're the wild card. Pocket says, thanks, mate. Well, at least you know. At least I'm being honest. It shows how much I know you. Kind of, not really, but you know, at the start. Born Balan with a monster here in the big blind, facing an open from Kazaku. What way does he want to play it against Kazaku? Kazaku has him covered, one of the chip leaders. But with a hand as strong as Ace King, he wants to be raising. Make it about 1.2 million here, 1.3. He's going huge, 1.5, and I actually really like this sizing. Wants to be going somewhere in the region of 4x to 4.5x. He's gone for basically 5x. Does not want to be out of position in a bloated pot against the chip leader or one of the chip leaders with Ace King. He's looking to play for it all and juice a 4 bet He can 5-bet rip it. There you go. Zaku has hooked the bait. He shoved with sixes, and this pot is out of control. Look how much chips is in this. Wow. Almost 100 big blinds. 99 big blinds. I've heard of 99 red balloons, but 99 big blind flip with 8 players remaining in this wicked main event. This is outrageous. The amount of equity in this hand. It's the two Romanians, Adrian Kazaku against Florin Balan. Ace King for Florin. Pocket sixes for Kazaku. 50-50. 5-7-8. No longer 50-50. Adrian Kazaku has been running really good yesterday. 2 spades out there. Let's see the turn. Oh my God, it's the king of spades. And he's got the ace of spades. He's got the spades covered. 82% now for Florin Balan. Kazaku absolutely hating this. There's nothing he can do. River is the 10 of clubs. No sixth in sight. What a swing that is. Now, that might seem quite punty in the chat from the pocket sixes, and to be honest with you, it is a bit punty, but he's gone with his read that Florin is going to be 5x 3-betting here from the big blind and folding to the jam. I would personally prefer to even call on the button instead of ripping, just because it's nearly 50 bigs. If it was like 30, 35, I'd prefer it way more. But these guys are sickos for a reason. Look at that. Look at the level he's after having, or the 2 levels he's after having. Florin Balan overtakes the chip lead. My pick of the day, playing almost 100 big blinds, and what a treat this is, because this guy puts on a show. And he's got Samuel Todisco with 92 bigs, who's played very well, but let's not forget, Samuel has not got many results to his name. That doesn't mean he couldn't be a force to be reckoned with, but then after that, there's this considerable drop-off. Rene with 34 bigs, Claudio with 29, Adrian Kazaku now after that huge coin flip, playing 28 bigs, Mattia with 25, Daniel with 25, and Nathaniel with 15. What an FT this is shaping up to be. Wow, I needed a breather there for a moment. That was insane. How do you like those apples? Pretty sick turn card. That looked like such a great flop. And then not only does he hit the king, it's the king of spades, and we've got the ace of spades. Such an amazing, it's probably the best turn card in the deck for Florian Balan. Apart from an ace, of course. It's nearly better than an ace when we have the ace of spades covering the flush draw. I guess it is, right? Now, watch this man go. Wind him up, you give him chips. And now it's his world and we all have to live in it. And he has position on the only other guy who has anywhere near the same amount of chips as him. Nathaniel rejams with the ladies. After Daniel decides to 3-bet to 1 million in the small blind, Daniel really needs to check himself before he wrecks himself. He's coming after Florin there, who has 100 big blinds, and we have about 25 to start the hand. He's put in well over 1 million of his chips, and it's only 1.28 million more to call. He's forced to fold. This has not been a good day so far for Daniel. He's really shown his inexperience in certain spots, in my opinion. Sometimes I've just got to call a spade a shovel. Fewy saying that the all-in with the sixes was a bit ridiculous. I think it's a huge, huge jam, and it's a bit overkill. But against the likes of Florin, he's going to be 3-bet folding from the big blind for that size and a decent portion of the time. And those hands like sixes, sevens, and eights play best as jams as we unblock all those combos that are going to be 3-bet folding. Having said that, I still think 50 bigs or 47, I think it was, is a bit too much. Like I said, 35 or below, I prefer it a lot more. Yeah, but Snap says, what do you think all the jokers are doing now? 2 per pack and so many tables at the start of this tournament. Do you reckon they all hang out at the bar? You're a counsellor. Would you say they have abandonment issues, especially from the 4 aces in the deck? I like that premise, Yappa Snap. I might actually have to rob that one. Don't tell everyone. We've got action. So raise from Claudio. Kazaku seems to have seen enough and shoving 31 big blinds here. And now the action is on Samuel Todisco. And this is a huge Moment for Samuel because he does have a monster, but facing an open in a 31 big blind jam, Ace King isn't looking so hot. You wouldn't expect Kazaku to be shoving this amount of big blinds with a hand like Ace Queen. It's going to be more in that 9s, 10s, jacks sort of a zone. And if you think your opponent has 9s, 10s, and jacks and not so much Ace Queen, then Ace King is going to be in a clear coin flip situation. And if we're not dominating many hands and we're just going to be flipping, we can just let our Ace King go, as much as that might seem a bit nitty. But he has gone with it. And who could blame him? And guys, Kazaku could be gone from chip leader to out in 2 big coin flips. Look at this. The pots we are seeing here, over 10 million. Kazaku is some man for a coin flip. Samuel can lose this and still have 10 million. But if he wins this, he's going to have almost 20. He is going to have over 20 million in chips. Big flip for the boys. 6-6-4 is the flop. This hand is huge for this tournament. 3 of spades rolls off on the tournament, or on the turn. Samuel needing an ace or a king. It doesn't arrive. Kazaku gets some form of rough justice. That's huge for Adrian Kazaku. Now playing 66 big blinds. So we've got the 3 kings here. Samuel, Adrian, and of course Florin, all playing over 10 million in chips. What a dynamic this is shaping out to be. They're all sitting beside each other. Octave says, all the jokers, don't be silly, they're in Parliament. Yes, very good. And Yappa Snap says, I just made it up. So no one else, but this chat is here, it's all yours. Yeah, I'm only joking, I won't rob someone else's joke. But it is a very funny premise, and I'm sure they are feeling abandoned when the rest of the cards in the deck get to go out to the party. No pair, no draw says, people just hate folding ace king. I stand by what I said. If you put that into a calculator, I think ace king becomes a clear fold there in that exact scenario. We do just have a couple of hands left before the break. What an exhilarating opening 2 levels. Claudia going for a raise from the small blind with 9-6 of hearts. Claudio will shove on him with ace queen off suit. Bernard Johnson, maybe if it was suited, it gives him just enough more equity to call, but yeah, I just don't like a full rip with ace king off suit. Claudio, who's done absolutely nothing, only fold, get a pay jump. Finds himself with ace queen, re-jamming. Yeah, getting out of the way. Walker says, still saying Giacomo for the win. Doesn't matter who has the chips now, only at the end. Yeah, good luck beating my man, Florin Bilan, who has accumulated about 70 odd big blinds, give or take, in the last 2 hours. So after an exhilarating 2 hours, it looks like this is going to be the last hand before the break. She says that hoodie that Adrian is wearing, that's the one I bought online from Kings. Yes, I've talked about that hoodie so much on stream. I was blue in the face. The poker face hoodie has the mask sewn into the hood, and it is available on the merchandise store. Richie can attest to how great this item of clothing is. He's surely going to tell everyone in the chat box. You don't believe Richie, and you don't believe me, and you don't believe the hype. Head over to the merchandise store on the website www.kingsresort.com. Use the code STREAM10 to get 10% off during the stream. I actually didn't know that. Meanwhile, back to the ranch. Nathaniel been raising. Audio calling. Zaku 3-betting. And this could be very interesting what way this hand goes, because if Nathaniel shoves over the top, I think Claudio is going to get away from pocket nines. There he is now, and MP is in the house. And we have Yappa Snap in the house at the same time. We've already been telling them about your nickname that you gave him. Nathaniel gets out of the way, and now Claudio wants to shove over the top. And that's a huge fold from the ace queen, but it allows Claudio to gain some chips, take down a nice 10 big blinds right before the break. Don't go anywhere. Things are really heating up. Come on in. The water is lovely. Lots more action to come. Going on a short break. I'm going down to get me some dinner. Meeting earlier today. Learn from my mistakes. See you all in a few moments. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. We'll be right back.
I'm all in.
Tom is going to shove. Oh no, look at this.
Oh, wow.
I was going to say, I don't overly love Tom's rejam here because he's basically going to have no fold equity, but at the same time, he is the shortest stack, so it doesn't really apply to him as much.
Yep.
Leon, with the monstrous aces at the big blind, almost doesn't seem fair.
850. 815.
Though he's going to Hollywood a little bit, although he'll have over his half his stack in the middle if he just calls.
815. I call.
I actually
What's
would have
attack do
hated
here?
Tom to fold because Bedell only has 5 big
What
blinds
happened to
extra
this
because
big man?
attack has made it 3x on the
What's
button.
his loss?
I'm glad you
What
fold.
happened to you? What happened to the big man? What happened to the fish? What happened to the fish? The big fish.
Nice.
The big fish. He made the fold. Unbelievable. How can you make this fold?
Yeah.
What happened to the big man? I looked at my eyes. He goes all in. He's 300. I say, hey, come on, just re-raise me all in. You know, I call. I didn't even go all in. I just go out. I said 4th place is also, or 5th place is also a good place.
I can give you
All right, listen, give him
3 sixes, please.
6, 6, 6. 6.
So his ace is against
Six,
ace
six.
6.
No, 6.
9,
Oh,
5,
nine,
5
nine.
is the
Okay,
flop.
Pick, 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 pick. Okay, pick, pick,
Icas,
pick,
vamos!
pick, pick, pick. Turn is
Nine.
6 for
One
everything.
will be nice.
Okay.
Turn is a
Okay.
spade.
I can
Respeto.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, respeto.
One more
Okay, you
spade
have
would
like,
do it.
18%
Leon
or
seems to be
something.
wanting to double up.
That's enough for
Tom,
me.
18%.
Better than nil.
perhaps he's being a little bit sarcastic. It is the Tree of Hearts.
Signore, thank you so much. Thank you. You're wonderful. Thank you.
Nice
4th place is a
answer.
good place. 4th place is also 5th place. Fifth place.
Just rips pre, I would assume, the vast majority of the time. Probably never flats like 5-4. Maybe some pocket 4s is a possibility, given that he has 3s, but like you said, most of the time that's just not going to be the case where he has these kind of low pocket pairs. So technically he doesn't have that many nuts on the river in terms of slow plays as the out of position player is what I'm kind of thinking about myself.
I just think it's a spot where you want to be rejamming pretty wide against the button open.
Agreed,
When
yeah.
you've got
Agreed.
half the, I wanted to see exactly how much Piscieri has before that start of that hand, and you can see it's about 6 million or so.
520.
And I think that's just way more of a reason to rejam. With trees, you can rejam all those suited wheels as well. Obviously, a lot of high card hands, broadways, etc.
Yeah.
It's not like we cover Piscieri in that spot. Then maybe we want to be a bit tighter. Or if we're very similar. But when we have like half the chips of Piscieri there, I think it's just I don't want to say no brainer, but close to it there with pocket trees.
Yeah.
Foxen can be opening so wide. Fox and betting 300k, and Piscieri is going to call. Turn is the 3 of clubs. Does Foxen want to keep firing here? Just check back on the turn.
It's close. It's defo close. I think he'll find the bet. Yeah.
If it's close, he usually goes for a bet instead of a check.
It's usually better to do that as well, to be fair. If in doubt, probably better off bluffing or taking a more aggressive action most of the time, in my opinion.
Well, it is the key to winning, isn't it? In nearly any
Helps.
domain. Aggression.
Hardly going to see a call here, are we? Oh, Jesus, this is unbelievable stuff.
Piscieri calling with just king high. A non-believer. Over is the jack of clubs. Foxen has a flush blocker here that will contain some combos that could continue in Piscieri's shoes on the turn. And if he's bet the flop and bet the turn, I reckon we're going to see him fire this river. House 3.5 million.
Oh, he just goes for the lot, no?
We've seen him be betting like 80% of someone's stack a couple of times.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, could just go for the lot. If he thinks the same, he can accomplish the same with a smaller bet. He might go for a smaller bet. 4.5 into 4.
Yeah, I always incentivize that to guys I coach as well. Because it doesn't really matter. Just if you can get the job done for a smaller price, then you should probably aim for that. But he has a really good blocker here, man. And like, he's never checking back. It's just sizing wise is probably, you know, one way or the other here. But as long as he's betting here, that's the main thing.
2.4 is the bet. Yeah, I think 3.5 might be a bit too much, or 4.5 is a bit too much if we can accomplish the same thing with something under 3 million, and that's why we see Foxen going for 2.4. Very tough for Piscieri to call here. Piscieri's going to have pretty weak range. He's not going to be calling with a deuce. Very unlikely he has a 9. So he's going to have a hand like ace high or king high here that called on 2 streets. This would be some call. I don't think you can make it. I see them talking in the chat saying think he's going to call. It's just a spot where he's going to have to give it up. But hey, I'm wrong at least 10 times a day on this channel if I just let it go.
You honestly could be losing the bluffs there as well. Like if he has like ace 4, ace 5, that may or may not stay barrel in the turn. Okay, just had to check that. So, 7th code question here, people.
I said to the guy, relax,
okay, for the 7th code. One word
listen,
answer, only available on Twitch. And the question is, what is it called when a player bets to protect their hand by not allowing free cards? What is it called when a player bets to protect their hand by not allowing free cards?
This is all my money anyway. So can I pile it up and don't count on me?
All right, Barney Nuts are going to win that one, bro.
Until you decide. And
Barney Nuts is going to win that one. Protection bet is correct.
Really fast.
So well done, Barney.
Oh, it's him. Okay.
Well done, Barney. My good man. Just give me a second here, and I'll send it over to you.
It's unbelievable.
Where are these codes?
It's just unbelievable.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
What he makes.
I'll just message you there, Barney.
Everything.
If there's an issue with the code, bro, I'll just note it down and I'll get it sorted ASAP, alright? So we should be good now, Dan, my good mate.
Alan, I need to get back to this. This is it's all
Sorry,
popping
sorry.
off.
Oh, wow.
Double up, double up, double up.
We have a 3-bet from attack with the ace-4 suited. Foxen, the original opener. Min raising with the kings of kings. Leon waking up with the ladies.
Нет такого шоу здесь.
And he probably thinks he's in great shape here, begging for a call.
О чем он думает? О чем он думает?
Little does he know,
What do you
Foxen
think
has
about?
the second nuts,
Just move
second
all
pre-flop
in or
nuts.
fold, you know. You have two options. You have no other options. You have two options. All in or nothing. It's now or never. Она меня попугивала, а я ее.
5 million. 5 million.
5 million is the raise.
What happened?
All in.
E che
The
so
fella,
io?
all in the other fella. Kings for Foxen and
Ha vinto, ha vinto.
Leon with the ladies.
Non posso fare
Una
nulla.
dama la puoi prendere, dico.
Che
We
lui
might be
fa
about to
questo.
lose. Leon.
Lui? Lui o lui?
Loose Leon is all in and
No,
way
you don't.
behind.
It's
Actually,
yours, king,
sick,
or
sick
mine?
cooler here,
yours,
four-handed,
king.
the way things have been playing out. Sick for Foxen to pick up kings when Leon has the ladies. 6.3 million in
only
this
he
pot.
can double me up. I said that before. He can.
It is
the
ace
only
7-6.
guy who can double me up is this Signore Alex Foxen.
È ace. Secondo me bocca destra, dama, dai, vediamo.
Were
Well,
you calling?
Abbiamo fatto
it's
quello
not
che
looking
abbiamo
good.
fatto.
Calling 4-bet?
Well, I cannot.
Two
fold
ladies
kings,
can
right?
save Leon or he will bow out in fourth place.
Especially when the queen is coming.
River is the 7 of diamonds. It did not arrive.
Finito. La commedia è finita.
Very good game there. Nice playing.
Good luck.
go take your seats, guys.
Alrighty, gang, we are boom back in the room. What's going on? Lots more action coming to you live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. If you don't know by now, you should. It's the €1,100 World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em main event. It is myself, Action Man Dan. Blinds have gone up. 100k is the small blind, 200k is the big blind, with a 200k running big blind ante. That's 100, 200, 200. And now it's time to play the game. What did Dan eat for dinner? There was a lot of action going on in the kitchen. Not that kind of action now, folks. King 4 is the flop here. He's going to take that one down with a small bet. Strata says, we all started just yapping and chat, not even paying attention to the announcers. Dan and Alan were not doing the commentary. It was a couple of pros with YouTube followers. Poker says, only time that giveaways don't include Twitch. Every other time will be Twitch only. Yeah, I want to give away some Hoovers. Don't have the capital yet to just start sending Hoovers to people's houses, but I think it's a great idea for the future. I see you talking about building this community. It's been a work in progress now for fast approaching 3 years for myself. Makes me very happy, this action army on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Really has grown in tremendous numbers. It makes me smile. Makes my heart smile. So with the blinds going up, still a 35 big blind average stack, which isn't too bad. 75-minute clock, lots and lots of action to come from this FT, where the winner will be crowned your main event circuit champion to the tune of €172,000. Daniel taking that one down on the river. The Jack 8 conceding. Strata says, Dan, did you remember to bring in the dog? Well, you see, I have assistants today. So I don't have to worry about the dog. I was out with him this morning very, very briefly when I was bleary-eyed tired because I couldn't get a sleep after. And now, to be fair, we were finished by, what, about midnight last night, or before 1 a.m. anyway. So it's not the stream's fault. It's just very hard to unwind for at least 90 minutes, and I would say another 90 minutes on top. You're looking at about a 3-hour window, no matter how tired you are after you finish streaming, to try nod off. I usually put on about 30 minutes of a podcast, and then suddenly it's 2 hours you've listened to. Oh, it was actually earlier again, Apocalypse, yeah. It was before midnight. No one wants to know what I ate for dinner today, that's fine. I won't tell you so. No pair, no draw. Guesses correctly. Beef. It's what's for dinner. Yeah, I actually had a choice with the chicken. I don't really like chicken anyway. Chicken wasn't defrosted. I cooked 2 very large sirloins. Like I said, I had help. I don't like anyone cooking my steak, but when I'm commentating, beggars can't be choosers. You got to take what you can. I can't complain, but sometimes I still do. I had half a large sirloin steak, sweet potato, broccoli, carrot. There was a bit of mushroom and tomato thrown in there for good measure. 3 croquettes and 2 tiny little roast potatoes. Strata says life's been good to me so far, Joe Walsh. It's an absolute banger. What a classic track that is. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, I reckon we're going to be going to Flipsville here. Florin Balan with the Jabracadas. Min raising Mattia going for it here with his last 14 bigs on the Bhutan with ace queen. Standard enough stuff. So we do have decent flip on our hands. Big moment here from Mattia. 6 million in this pot, guys. Here we go. Ace, king, 8. Mattia liking that one so far. My man Florin would have been up to nearly 20 million chips. He'll still have 13. It looks like Mattia is going to double up to 31 big blinds. And he does do just that. Sit back down. Mattia Melidio. Perno draws his Florin. Really does run better than the Flash. It is unreal. And then that call he made with King High yesterday. Yeah, well, I mean, if he runs better than the Flash, he would have won that flip. You say, I think that might be the first race I've ever seen him lose. Like, you might have missed a hand last night where he had kings against queens. Queen arrives on the turn. Strata says, I go to hotels and tear out the walls. I have accountants pay for it all. Yeah, that's a... You can blare that one now the next time you're on your midnight highway or wherever the hell you were in your car the other night. It's a great song to play in the car. You can think of me. You can light up a stogie. Just don't be drinking and driving. Maybe have a whiskey when you get home. Whatever's clever, Trevor. Daniel taking that one down with the ace-10 of spades. Ace-5 suited going into the muck. Could think about opening that one. It is a difficult lineup behind him, but that ace-5 suited, just such a nice hand. Those blockers, the suited capabilities of it all. Okazaku raising 2.5x here from the cutoff. And Samuel, who has been knocked down a peg or two after that huge hand with the ace-king, still has about 4 bigs, is going to 3-bet this one to 1.35 mil. Looks a bit tired, not going to lie. It's been a long few days. Remember, you can only make so many good decisions in a day. Now, hopefully, you've got the reset you needed. There you go. Look at this. Zaku doesn't miss a beat, does he? I mean, I really feel like his rip with the sixes was a bit overkill. Him and Florin Balan will know each other's games inside out and back to front. Samuel forced the release, and Kazaku takes that one down. Now playing 11.4 million. So Samuel just needs to remain composed. It's a big, long day under those bright lights. And it really does separate the boys from the men. These Romanians are going to be more 4-bet happy. It's very difficult to combat against the 4-bet unless you want to 5-bet rip, and they know what's at stake, so they're unlikely to be 5-bet ripping. And if they are 5-bet ripping, they're going to have a severely made hand the majority of the time. So therefore, they can 4-bet, get their information, and if they get shoved on, it's just an easy hand to let go. Ace King 9 is the flop. Check from Daniel in the small. Check from the King Deuce in the big. Around to Florin Belen. The fearless leader. 250 is the bet. $250 is the call. Turn is the 5 of clubs, and I wouldn't be shocked to see Florin continue here, even though he just has 7-4 diamonds. He's got range advantage. He might not like it because there's another club now, but any big Ace X and King X, you might have heard from Nathaniel already in this hand. So 1.3 million in the pot. Expect to see him go about 800k here. That's 650. Now what do you do if you're Nathaniel? Do you call and hope to get a check on the river against a man of Florin's caliber who is well capable of firing off on the river, whether he has it or not? It's just a 6 spot to be in. Now, having said that, 650 into 1.95 mil is getting good odds. But with just a deuce kicker, forced to let it go. There are levels to this game, ladies and gentlemen. Now we see the leaderboard. Only 2 players above 40 bigs. Florin, about 10 bigs more than Kazaku, who has rebounded nicely after that gigantic 100 big blind flip. 99 bigs to be exact. Claudio sitting tight in the middle of the pack. Samuel, has to be said, is struggling a little bit. And then you've got the shorter stacks down the bottom of the leaderboard fighting it out amongst themselves. What a day of poker this has been so far, and it's only heating up. Stratus, I've touched a nerve with Stratus. He loves this song. I love that song as well. 1978. I love the lyric as well, Stratus, when he's at the party. It's hard to leave when you can't find the door. It's gone past 4 a.m. or whatever. You know you've got to leave. And it's like, oh, well, I couldn't find my way out, so I just stayed. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we have fireworks. Claudio, 2 black ladies. Nathaniel in the small blind with the nuts. The pre-flop nuts. Florin has a bit of a hand here himself, King Jack of Diamonds, but won't be able to withstand this pressure. Now, what way does Nathaniel want to play this? Off 20 bigs. 3-betting here actually looks super strong against under the gun +1. But I don't think Claudio is going to mess around. I think we're going to see him stack off with queens. But guys, Claudio is one of the best in the game at kings, and this looks incredibly strong by Nathaniel. He's left himself with 12 bigs and change, and he's put in nearly 8 bigs. What hands? Let me know in the chat. Call me crazy. I don't care. What hands is Nathaniel 3-betting to as a bluff for this sizing? Like, when you really break it down, like Nathaniel's not doing this with jacks. I don't think he plays jacks this way. And he's not doing it with ace king to that sizing. And I don't think he's got bluffs there. So although it might seem like the most ludicrous fold in the world, I don't even know if queens is going to be performing that well against an 8 big blind 3-bet from the small blind, given that we raised from early position and there's a call in the cutoff. 7-8-3 is the flop. And the 6 of hearts. Across the row. Now, I'm not saying Claudio Giacomo should be folding queens there, but when you break down the ranges, it's easy for me to say when I can see the cards. Daniel just looking very excited there. He was bluffing. I just feel we'd be getting different mannerisms from him personally. It's funny because no pair, no draw says, what does Nathaniel have? The other 2 queens. Yeah. You might just be hoping to see queens. Exactly the other 2 queens in the deck. And what are the chances of that? Daniel getting a chunky double up nonetheless, and now playing 45 bigs. Claudio, 13 bigs now, finds himself as one of the shorter stacks. Daniel, with 10, has a lot of work to do. Interesting to see what Claudio would have done there if he was covered. But if he was covered, then my commentary goes out the window a little bit, because the reason I said he's just not going to have too many bluffs in his range from the small blind there, putting in about 40% of his stack against an early position open, it just doesn't really happen too often, does it, folks? Claudio just needs to let this one go. No, I don't like this for Claudio. I don't know if this is tilt. See somebody saying, is this tilt shove? It's just sees he has a small pair and he's one of the shortest stacks and wants to gamble. He's from the older contingent. They have a different way of studying and learning. Far removed from solvers, these guys are. I know we don't mention GTO or solvers around here because that's like Voldemort. Sometimes the mischief is managed for these older players. Matthew is going to be folding in the big, and Claudio will live to fight another day, but needs to be very careful because that is extremely risky business. Stratus says, I listened to that song so much, even years later, I know most of the lines. Well, I hope you would now, if you've been listening to it since 1978. You know, that song was released 12 years before I was even born, Stratus. There's a trip down memory lane for you. See, I'm not just a one-trick pony. I told you, folks. Poker, comedy, and music. Actually, put music probably above comedy. In some form of that order. I had to hang up those comedy boots. Still fancy myself as a bedroom DJ. Do put out sets on my SoundCloud. I think I put out 4, maybe even 5 last year. And I've 1 in the works. And then I'm going ham at the poker for the year. Won't be much chances for me to DJ. Nice outlet, very therapeutic. And mostly is a fantastic distraction from reality. Perno Draw says he got lucky. Had 4-4 being in the big blind, he would have gotten looked up, I think. I don't know if he should be getting looked up for 13 bigs with just a small pocket pair, no draw. Maybe pocket sixes. Laurie Shed is in the house. What's up? Hi! Hope you're well. Merry New Year to you. Sending good vibes and good wishes for 2025. We could have some action here, folks. Hijack opening. Ace King off suit. Claudio, if you went with the trees a minute ago, granted this is a different situation. He's going to 3-bet the 2 mil, and we're going to be off to the races for Claudio Di Giacomo's tournament life. Daniel with the Ace King. Claudio with the pocket sevens. Ace in the window. Ace 9-6. We might be about to lose one of the most competent players remaining in this field. Remaining at this final table even. 6 on the turn. Just a 7 and a 7 only. River is the 4 clubs. No 7. Claudio, pure gent. He'll take it like a man, but he will be a little bit disappointed with that finish. take home a nice sum of cash for his efforts. Just trying to get the payouts here. €16,300. That means 7 players remaining now, all guaranteed €22,800. And Nathaniel now, after getting two, he won that big pot against Claudio and then put the nail in the coffin there in the last hand. Disco Duck is in the house. What's up, Disco Duck? Says, well played. E66 is a winner. Quadzilla with my hand. Rory Chet says, aye, Happy New Year, Dan. Tucker says, call 150 big blinds, 4 for 4 ways with 6-6. Yeah, he probably would. Lauren is just going to stick Daniel in. Of anyone at this final table, it really hasn't gone Daniel's way. Some of those reasons are his own self-inflicted issues, and others he was just not so lucky in 1 or 2 other pots. That 3-bet with 7-4 offsuit over the button open springs to mind. We do see Daniel moving all in from the small. Florin is going to be forced to stack up all the all in for 1.55 million total. Ace 10-8 is the flop. 2 hearts. Turn is the 5 of clubs. Daniel leading a king and a king only. It does not arrive. It's the queen of clubs. So we get 2 knockouts in quick succession here at the final table. GG Daniel will take home €22,800 for his effort. That means 6 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €31,300. Top pair for Florin here. The cut-off Renee defending with 8-5 of hearts. We are 6 max now for this title. Renee hasn't been able to do much, now finds himself as one of the shorter stacks remaining in the field. Florin takes that one down. You see Renee not willing to even continue with his pair of 8s there. Knowing the Florin is just going to put him in a blender on turn and river. Apocalypse with a very good point. Daniel will be a bit disappointed there. He did start third today. Pair no draws as I say that, but in reality I am a nit. I play tighter than I would keep my cheeks at a Diddy party. Wait, is that joke allowed here? My bad if that's too far. I'll try anything once. Unlike Diddy. Did he do it? You're goddamn right he did. Moving on. Florin, min raising. Ace, king of spades in the cutoff. Daniel's going to get out of the way. A meteoric rise for him in the last, well, this level really. Mattia with 26 bigs in the big blind here with 10-9 suited. Madia defends. 1.1 million in the pot. Queen, Queen 7 is the flop. Florin can check or bet. I would lean towards betting. Does bet 225. And I'd say that's going to be the end of that. Another one bites the dust. Florin takes down another pot. Look at all those pink chips in front of him, all worth $500,000 each. Probably didn't mention that actually after the break that we had chipped up, but a lot of you, it's not your first rodeo tuning into this channel. But those pink biscuits in front of the men are $500,000 a pop. Final 3 betting to 1 million and change. Florin might fancy himself to see a flop here because he knows he's going to have live cards the majority of the time. 6-5 suited, going to play well. Even if he is out of position, he knows he is the better player. Nathaniel has 52 bigs behind. And case in point, that's Florin's flop all day. Does Florin go for a check raise or is he going to check call? And does Nathaniel want to bet? With the ace of hearts in his hand, he might decide to just check back. There is 2.65 million in this pot already. I can get behind betting or checking. Probably lean towards betting. The main reason being to deny equity, which is the main component of playing no limit hold'em, really. Now, Florin might decide to just call here, but he doesn't have to because he covers Nathaniel. So it's him that's able to put maximum amount of pressure on Nathaniel, not the other way around. So therefore, I think we will see him raise, especially when Nathaniel goes for a bet of 475. But I stand corrected, said the man in the orthopedic shoes. He will just call pot control, and we will see a turn. And the turn is music to Nathaniel's ears. Very interesting turn card. Now, Nathaniel has to decide how much he wants to bet here. I'll be looking to get paid from flush draws, straight draws, maybe even a 9. Some backdoor spades might have hung around. Yeah, this bet is fine, but I would personally prefer to go a little bit larger. 1.8 million. An extra 600, 675, something like that on top of what he's bet. Florin will call. Big river coming up. 6 million in the pot. Florin's going to lose one unless something crazy happens here on the river. He's got a pair now. So 6 million in the pot. 8.6 million back in Nathaniel's stack. I think we go for somewhere around 2.6 million here. Maybe even larger. 3 million plus, 3.6. Don't think I go any more than 4. So 3.5 million final answer. He goes for 2.9. Yeah, somewhere between 2.6 and 3.6 was my first guess. Now imagine Florin felt like he could get his opponent off a one pair hand. There would be only one way of doing that, wouldn't there, folks? Oh, wow. He's got a lot of pink chips in his hand. You never know what Florin Balan is going to do next, and that's why he's so exciting and one of my favorite players to commentate on. But the more he kind of makes those mannerisms, it would indicate to me that he's thinking about calling or folding. I don't expect him to raise here, by the way. It's not something I would have put in the playbook with this hand on this run out. It was just the way he moved all those pink chips to one side, trying to get a read perhaps. Yeah, we'll just let it go. I mean, what do you do there if you get jammed on with ace king? Probably have to put your hand in the muck, right? So 73 bigs for Nathaniel now, overtaking the chip lead. Florin just 2 big blinds behind him, nipping on his heels. Kazaku. Did he take that one down? Thought the ace-10 suited took that one down. He just had queen 6. Yeah, he must have let it go. Kazaku with the min raise with the ace-jack suited. Nathaniel is going to defend. Remember, Nathaniel is one of these guys who is not up too much money on his hand and mob also. Seems to be taking it in his stride, doesn't he, folks? $375 is the bet, and Nathaniel will let it go. Let it go, let it go. Oh no, now that song is going to be stuck in my head. Back to Joe Walsh, I reckon. Stratus. I reckon. Did anyone watch Sling Blade last night after I mentioned it in the chat? Sling Blade and Kingpin. Pocklip says poker can easily be played in a gentlemanly way. Just need to get rid of solvers. Well, it's too late for that now, isn't it? Take away the human element and turns the game into a memory contest. It's a memory contest I will lose because I have some form of brain damage in case any didn't notice. Rasta Bombast says no. Just no. Yeah. Takes down the blind Zantes with the King Queen suited. So Florin is going to call with the pocket fives over the open of Adrian. Mattia with the decision here in the big blind. I don't think he really has a decision. I think he just wants to call. Doesn't want to be folding. I don't really like raising, especially against an under the gun open, even if we are only six-handed now. So the only other play left is the call. It is 8-8 deuce. He does have the best hand. That looks like a very large C-bet, nearly 5 bigs. It is multi-way. But unconventional, you usually see about 20 to 30% pot a lot of the time here these days. Going for a larger sizing, knowing he's going to be able to apply maximum amount of pressure on turn and river against the big blind especially. Mattia just wants to call, unless he feels like he needs to protect his hand. Which is fine. I can get behind protecting your hand, but if you're called then, you're going to be up against an overpair. Wow. The larger sizing, getting pocket sevens to fold immediately. That's just nerves setting in, I do declare. I do declare. Strata says Dan has the memory of a goldfish. His dog would attest to that after last night. I didn't do anything bad with the dog. He just should have been brought inside sooner. And should have been walked quicker, okay? Give me a goddamn break. Haggis McTavish. I don't really want to hear discussions going on about solvers in the chat, especially when we're at the final table of this. Certainly not giving out to you or trying to correct you. This is what I try to avoid. No one's going to be right. It's not about being right or wrong. We just don't need to go there. So Some people want to use solvers, some people don't. Some people think they're great, some people don't. I try my best to not talk about GTO or solvers around here, and that's why the channel has grown exponentially. It's very user-friendly for players of all different ranges, whether you're starting off or you're a high roller. Maybe not a high roller, but you get me. It is the age of technology. Computers are here, whether we like it or not. And them's the rules, and that is the way it is. I don't need your apology, Haggis. I totally understand. You're making some good points there. It just kicks off things where no one can win. Some people prefer. You see Claudio earlier. He's had loads of success. I doubt he's very solver orientated. There are many ways to skin a fish. If I had a comment or an opinion about it, I don't think it's overall great for the game. I think it deters a lot of new people wanting to play poker. Having said that, in 2025, poker is alive and well, probably booming more than it ever has before. Nathaniel taking down the blinds and antes with the ace-8 offsuit. Rasmus says, just play live poker, there are no solvers. Well, you can always run to the bathroom on your break, can't you? We could see some action here. Zaku's going to have too much hand to be folding. Prefer if the ace-jack is suited, but ace-jack offsuit is just going to be a bit too good to be folding to a 16 big blind jam when we have all these chips. We are off the flip spill, not for the first time today. 6.7 million in the pot. It is Renee Schnitzler who is the at-risk player for 16 bigs, and Kazaku is fond of a flip, and it is a set for Renee on the Queen 10-8. It's far from over. Kazaku needing king or a 9. Turn seals the deal. Renee goes over to high five his friends. He's been very patient. Has paid off from here. He's now playing a healthy 33 big blinds. Still six-handed. Nice hand, buddy. So we could have action here because Samuel is down to 30 bigs. Mattia the hijack here with two ladies. And Samuel just deciding what to do here on the button. We could see him 3-bet. We could see him just call. We could see him jam, although that seems a bit overkill. Overkill. Well, that is the overkill. Here we go, folks. He might be about to lose Samuel, or at least he's going to lose a gigantic chunk of his stack. And Samuel Todisco, coming in as the chip leader today, is going to be down to 6 big blinds unless he can hit a 10 or something to that effect. Speaking of 10, 10 million in this pot, 50 big blinds, and this is a golden opportunity for Mattia to double up. Huge hand in progress. Ace, queen, 6. Set of ladies for Mattia. Neither player with a spade, and it's looking very grim for Samuel Todisco as we hit the turn. Turn is a king. And now hit a Jeffrey on the river to save the day. 11% equity. It is the 3 of diamonds. Mattia fist bumping. Pumping and pumping, and who can blame him? Sit back down, buddy. Yeah, I can't help but feel the 10s should just call on the button there. He is targeting a 23 big blind stack or so, but I think the superior play is just flat on the button. Not going to be too hard on the guy. It is pocket 10s. So we see Samuel shoving 6 bigs total. And Nathaniel is in the small blind with ace-4 offsuit. Don't love this with the ace-4 offsuit, but because of what just happened to Samuel, he's going to be shoving fairly wide, in my opinion, and therefore, he decides to just let it go. I'm going to say maybe he should just call there. It's about the threshold of the amount of big blinds I want to call, but when we have that much chips, I think it's fine to risk it for a chocolate biscuit there. Doesn't really affect our stack too much, and if we double them up, it's not the end of the world. And for 6 bigs, it's an opportunity to get a pay jump, go 5-handed, and eliminate another player. Richie says Schnitzel, my favo, still in. Blinds have gone up, by the way. Small blind is 125k. Big blind is 250k. $250,000 with a $250,000 running. Big blind ante. That's 125, 250, 250. $325 is the bet from the button. Very wide opening range, by the way. I'm not too fond of the 10-3 offsuit. But he will take that one down. Samuel shoving with pocket sixes. No pair, no draws. Favorite hand in the world. And we're going to have action here, folks, because Nathaniel has ace queen and isn't going to be going anywhere. He's going to call the 1.725 mil. And everyone else is going to get out of the way. $4 million in the pot. Queen in the window. Samuel Podisco is about to leave us here in sixth place. Needing a sixth and a sixth only. Turn is an ace. Top two now for Nathaniel. Begins, chop it up with a 10. This is the three of diamonds. Thank you. Say goodbye to Samuel Podisco. That would be a very nice score for a man who hasn't had much success in tournament live earnings. However, he's going to be quite disappointed with that coming in. This is the chip leader. They're all getting up out of their seats. The excitement, you can really feel it in the air. You are playing for so much money, adrenaline running so high. You've been playing for so many days in a row. You have to remain composed, calm, and focused. 5 remain. Daniel with 70 bigs, Lauren with 50, Adrian with 40, Matthew with 37, and Renee is your chip leader, or chip loser, but nothing to worry about yet. Still playing a very healthy 25 big blind. We do see Florham with 2 pair here on the turn. Zaku, 10-6 of clubs. Not much happening for him here on the ace, king, jack, 5. Let it go. One takes down another small pop, but they all matter at this late stage. Thornblan is going to complete his option here in the small blind with king 3 off suit. Final checks his option with jack 6 off suit. King 6-4. We haven't seen a lot of blind v blind battles yet, but they are going to become more common now that we are 5-handed. What I like as well, even though they're playing for so much money, there's a lot of camaraderie between these 5 remaining players, talking to each other, etc. Friendly atmosphere. talking to each other in the middle of hands. A little bit dicey, Riley. Turn is the ace of clubs. And do the best of it. We're just going to check call mode now for Florin. There's the 10 of hearts. Very unlikely that either player has an ace. I think we can go for a little bit of value with our king here. Hope to get paid by a 6. Exact kind of hand that the big blind has, really. 4 seems like a bit of a stretch. Does get paid off. Nathaniel calling, hoping to see a busted straight draw, busted flush draw. That shortens the gap between the two. Fist bumps all around. Florin making friends. Make no mistake about it. He's coming for everybody's chips. Florin calling on the button here with 9-4 diamonds. Which is in behind. I think I've missed a slight bit of action there. It's just 7-3-6 is the flop. And a good shot straight draw for Florin. Facing the bet from Mattia. Was Apocalypse's second chip leader at the start of the day. Oh, yeah, well, we're kind of splitting hairs there. I think there was only a couple of big blinds separating them. But yeah, I see what you're saying. And P. Cooven says it's the second final table for Florin in 1 week. I actually didn't know that. Madia fires a second barrel with the top pair, and Bilan will let that one go. But alas, Apocalypse, thanks for correcting me. That's how I learn. The big blind defending with the king 9. Nathaniel with king 6 of diamonds. Jack 10-8 is the flop. 1 diamond. More happening here for the big blind. Then Nathaniel, he does have backdoor diamonds working for him. He's got the positional advantage. It does go bet and call. Turn is to 6. Nathaniel with the best hand now. I think we just check. And he does do just that. And the river is the ace of hearts. And now, do we try get our opponent to fold a 10 or an 8 by betting? We only have king high. We block 2 versions of the straight. I said versions, not virgins. That's why you're going to see him bet 850, and I like this from the big blind. From the buttons perspective, we do block the high end of the straight and some pair combinations that will contain a king. But on the flip side of that, we just have a pair of 6s. We really can't beat much. We've got 5th pair on the board, and we just have to fold. Mattia now gaining traction, and he is up to 48 big blinds, 12 million. Apocalypse says, what else ma I here for? I suppose you're here to spell the word am correctly. How do I reach these keys? Don't be atting Poker Room Kings, please. I am Poker Room Kings. Let me get a commentator with a bit less attitude. Yeah, sure. I'll get Jordan Peterson on the line. Well, that depends. What sort of a commentator with attitude were you looking for, roughly speaking? It's all about the line between chaos and order. So fickle, man. So Kazaku is going to defend here in the big blind with the 10-8 off suit. Florin with a monster, of course. It is only ace-king, though, after all. Turn is the 8. Kazaku is going to lead. And I think we have a clear call to keep our opponent honest here with the ace-king. Kazaku will win another pot. Jordan Peterson is a cognitive and behavioral therapist and practitioner who likes to cause ruckus. I'd say you'd love that guy, Apocalypse. Plenty of knowledge to be extracted from him, whether you like him or not. Again, won't be getting too much into that around here. You gotta let kids skateboard. Clean your damn room. You know what it's like. Formberland takes it down with the ace-jack suited. And P. Hooven says, you know how hard it is to be a man. No idea. Way harder to be a woman. Mattia, ace jack of clubs, 550. Tagoski. You're going to see a lot more raise and take it because it's harder to make a hand shorter handed. As we get shorter and shorter handed, they need to be making more moves, three betting more from the blinds, etc. Pete Hooven says, I was quoting Jordan Peterson. I know you were. I used to do some Jordan Peterson impressions when I was doing open mic comedy, but that was a while ago now. I just like doing his voice. It's funny. Not that I'm good at it or anything. I just like to exaggerate it and make it more Kermit the Frogish. You got to get your kicks while you can around here. Jordan Peterson is the closest thing I've had to a co-commentator now the last 3 days. Even if he is made up. It's okay to have imaginary friends from time to time. Apocalypse. Getting very philosophical, aren't we? All made up in some way. You need to go watch some more Harry Potter movies, mate. I watched all 8 of them at Christmas. And then watched the 3 new ones that were horrific. Kazaku betting 875 here with the overpair and the good shot straight draw. Nathaniel missing this one almost entirely because of a backdoor club draw. That is not his flop. Octave says, never watched it, never intend to. Okay, well, if you don't want any fantasy in your life, I can't help you, mate. To each their own. There are worse things you could do in life than reconnect with your childhood. That was a big part of my childhood. And I went about my day. No regrets. Well, surely you've read the books. If it's not your kind of movie, you enjoy fantasy otherwise. Okay, mate. Don't need to know what happens behind closed doors. Flooring with the min raise and the cutoff. Ace-9 offsuit. Madia is going to call in the big with King-10 offsuit. Mattia flopping top pair. We were going to see Bilal. C-bet this one. Goes for about a 325. Now, Mattia can call or occasionally raise to try get value, also deny equity, and doesn't want to get barreled off. We've seen him make a very tight fold earlier on the 8-8 deuce with pocket sevens to a larger c-bet. This time it's a very small c-bet size, and he's got top pair. It's a little bit of a different situation. Of course, we're going to see him call. Turn is an ace. He won't like that. Now we see the second barrel coming in from Balan, and Mattia is going to correctly call a second time. Balan will have lots of double barrels here that just shut down on the river. I feel like we will see him fire a third straight here. It's unfortunate if he's going to be up against a hand like ace-5, ace-deuce. Oh, he just decides to not go for it, thinking that a 10's not going to call him anyway. Might have gone for some form of a third barrel. Doesn't have to make it huge. I don't think it's a misstep, by the way, checking back on the river. Doesn't want to get check raised, etc. It's easy for me to say. I can see the cards. I just think there's a bit of merit to betting that river. If he goes huge, obviously, it'll be very difficult to get called, but he could go for a milky sizing. ISO says, after getting into Indian underground comics, no need to get into Harry Pothead. And Laurie says, I don't know anything about that. Oh, that's pretty funny. ISO says, might take a look at it, been nabbing some books recently. Well, you're on about technology earlier. Books are soon going to become a thing of the past. Grab them while they're hot. Or cold. Roddy betting 375 here on the King 9-8. Blind v blind. And just 4 high for Adrian Kazaku. There is the update. No player above 60 bigs anymore. No player below 20. Even Renee, one double up, and he's right back in the middle of the pack. Only about 10 to 15 bigs behind the chip leader. It is all to play for here, folks. €42,500 is the current payout. All chasing that first prize of €172,000. If you're just tuning in on this Tuesday afternoon / evening, you are watching the final table, five-handed, with the €1,100 World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Bilan wins another one. Kazaku concedes. All these small pots add up. Florin in the small now with ace-4 off suit. And Nathaniel dominating here with the ace-10 off suit. I like this raise size from Florin. Wants to go a little bit above 3x. Could even go slightly larger. Anywhere up to $1 million here into Nathaniel in the big blind. Looks like Nathaniel wants to put an end to this right here, right now, and is going to 3-bet. Expected to see the big blind just call here. In position. Keep all those hands that we dominate in. Decides to play it a bit differently. Do I reckon that scarf is Burberry? Well, considering the eyes are burnt out of my head and I need to get glasses, or at the very least an eye test before this month is out, I could only take an educated guess. But Burberry sounds like a good start. Thank you for your question. Kings for Bilan in the cutoff. 56 bigs now for Florin. Round to Mattia with Jack 9 off, suiting the big blind. Five, 5-4 is the flop. So goes check, check. Turn is a dangerous one because it gives Mattia top pair. I go for a bit over half pot here now. Once we've checked back the flop. He goes for basically half pot. Mattia calls, and now I'll be sizing up, not down. River dependent here for the Kings. That's a horrible card for Mattia. Very difficult for him to put Bilan on an overpair. Does he want to lead and make it look like he has busted heart draw, busted straight draw, busted spade draw? If he's going for a bet here to try get paid, I would like to see him make a large sizing. And when I mean a large sizing, I mean nothing less than about 1.8 to 2 million. Oh boy. Sometimes I get it right. 1.8 million. Now, does Bilan want to raise, or does he just call? Does decide to just call? I was going to say, does he raise, because it's highly unlikely Mattia checks the turn with a 5. Mattia is a bit fiery after that one. Stay composed, Mattia. Yappa Snap with a funny question. Would you rather fight a chicken every single time you got in your car for the rest of your life? Or fight an orangutan once? Sure, don't you already choke a chicken every time you get in your car? I don't know if that's every day now or anything, but I don't want to fight any sort of monkey. An orangutan falls into that category, even though they're in their own sort of breed. There's my answer. Says, imagine some days you get in your car like 20 times. Is that why you're getting into your car 20 times a day to choke the chicken? Oh, wow. That poor chicken. How does it still survive? Stratus says, Dan is a wizard from the future. You know, the thing about being a wizard is I'm bald, so I'm gonna have to grow out the beard or something. I don't have that that big mane. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Kazaku is just setting Renee in. Big blind against button. Standard enough stuff. Big rejam there with the A7 off suit. Chuck the juke. Stop it, Dan, on the dot. I still don't know if Florent Balan should have raised that river. It seems like it's going to be very hard to get paid. Unless it's like if he gets called, he's going to get called by a better hand, and therefore there's not much value to raising. But when he plays his hand tricky like that, checks back flop, bets turn, I think there might be some merit to raising the river, you know. But it absolutely sucks if your opponent has a 5, and therefore he doesn't want to take that risk. So overall, I'm not going to question the motives of Florent Balan. He does regain the chip lead, close to 17 million. Kazaku with a lot of equity here. It's Belanda has absolutely garbage. Diaperhand.com. Don't think we bet here with just 3 high. Got to give it up. Stratos says, grow a goatee and smoke cigars. Hot Russian women find it classy and sexy. I was thinking about another song for you there, Stratos, or anyone in the chat. Tin Lizzy, one of the greatest rock bands in the world. Ever. And Rory Gallagher, one of the greatest guitarists in the world ever. Both hailing from Ireland. There's some homework for you now. Yappa wants to know, is there more socks or gloves in the world? It's got to be socks. Got to be socks, bro. Apocalypse is off to start the dinner. We'll be back soon. If there's a knockout, then just scream. Jeez, okay. I really have to work on that. We do see Renee going all in from the big for 17 bigs total, and that's going to get Balan to fold the ace-5 off suit. Yappa Snap is actually making a very good point there. There's more socks, but you got to find them. Rubber gloves at hospitals, yeah, there's billions of those. Okay, maybe I've been overruled. I just kept thinking of people's feet. I really, really like that question. Yappa Snap, you've been a fantastic addition to this channel the last few days. We need more of that kind of energy around here. It can get very lonely banging my head off the wall behind this screen every 20 minutes. Renee's got a monster again. This time the Jabber Cat is in the small blind. Nathaniel raises to 550 on the button. Renee's going for it again. Choo choo! Trees for Nathaniel. This will be a bit of a stretch now for 20 bigs, to say the least. Nathaniel will let that one go. It happens as you're banging your head. I'm choking the choke. Same. I hear. So is there an answer to the question? Is there more socks or more gloves in the world? Do we have a definitive answer, or is it just an observation? Let's go. Duck says he's using the fish hook to catch a big fish. Yappa Snap says he's happy to be here. Well, that's a great place to be, isn't it? Isn't it, bruv? Florin raises to 500k. Renee has had some good hands. I wouldn't say he's stealing the blinds, just good rejamming spots. Jerry Fall is in the house. What's up, Jerry Fall? He says, I hope you're having a few pints of Guinness, Dan, to keep the spirits up. No, I think the reason I'm so demented the last few days is I haven't had a drink in about a week since I got back from Galway. And I felt myself getting sick, so I went to the ice bath and the sauna to clear it out. But then obviously that has some hang time. I did learn to be a qualified nitro surgeon at Christmas, though. Jerry was making delicious creamers. I think the more I think about it, there has to be more gloves than socks in the world. It's got to do with how often people are changing the gloves on their hands compared to the socks on their feet, is my final answer. Nathaniel with aces, min raising. And that's top set for Nathaniel. It's nearly bad to see an ace on that flop for him to try get any value. Nathaniel, I don't even know if I would see bet there. Just might check it back. Yappa Snap says, are you into Nitro Circus? Now, if you Google Guinness Nitro Surge, had some at Christmas, you can get like a pub quality pint from this little nozzle thing. I do check that specific flop, no pair, no draw. And just because you have 3 pairs of gloves and about 50 pairs of socks, you got to think of all the hospitals around the world. Them's the rules. Florin going for that 800k raise into Nathaniel's big blind once more with ace-8 off suit. Queen 6 going into the muck there for the 3.5x sizing. It was more like 3.2. Florin with a monster here on the button. Ace Queen off suit. Nathaniel calling from the 5s. Calling from the small blind with 5s. SCASHD says AI says the answer changes depending on if you include disposable gloves or not. There's your answer. Yeah, I guess there's no getting away from having to get answers from AI these days. Boo earns. Boo. 400k is the bet. Nathaniel with nice flop for his hand, all things considered. Turn is the 8 of diamonds. Turn goes check, check. River is the 7 of hearts. So that's how they're looking, folks. 62 bigs for the chip leader, 61 for Balan, 47 for Kazaku, Mattia with 29, and Renee with 23. You're really getting into these debates, lads. I can't be reading out all of the chat. I do my best for you, as you know. But I am very interested to know if there are more wheels or doors in the world. According to most arguments, there are likely more doors than wheels in the world, primarily because most buildings have multiple doors, while vehicles typically only have a few wheels, and there are significantly more buildings than vehicles globally. Anthony Callan says, great commentating, IMO. Keep it up. I'm here to stay. Hope you're not being sarcastic. Thank you very much for your comment. We like to have fun here. We like to make it a fun, interactive space for people learning the game, joining new communities. We're here every week. I'm all about growing this channel. So it says, and Dance Nightingale voice has gained another follower. I am far from Nightingale, I was reared. We do have an announcement to make. We'll have 3 more hands, and then I'll be able to eat the second half of my dinner. I have the third half of the dinner put away till later. Hence the expression, as greedy as a pig. Adrian is going to complete in the small with the King Jack off suit. Milan's going to check his option here with the 4 deuce of diamonds. Ace Jack 10 is the flop. We'll bet a 250 and a call. The turn is the deuce of hearts. Adrian going to bet 250k here as a blockerish type sizing / value bet. Balan is getting 6-1 with 5th pair on the board, and the sides, it's going to be good enough to try and win a showdown. But he is unsuccessful on this occasion. And Kazaku and Balan are basically even Stevens. Yappa snaps says, Dan, you don't have to read it out, but I'm going to need a deciding answer from you. Well, I went with the gloves over the socks after saying socks originally. How about this? I'm going to eat the rest of my dinner, and I'll come back with a definitive answer after the break. By that stage, you'll have another question ready for us, I'm assuming. Stratus says, have a good break, Dan. Well, this break's all about me, Stratus. I don't have to worry about the dog. Matty with 6s. Second last hand before the break. Disco Duck's not hanging around. Best of luck playing your daily tournament. Flop is 10 for deuce, all diamonds. Flush draw for the K9. Does Matty want to check or bet? Both options totally fine. I would lean towards betting. 2.225. The 7 of clubs. Rolling off on the turn. $700K is the bet, and now Nathaniel, not loving his hand, will put it into the muck. And that brings us to the last hand before the break.
Not even before the break, let me my big line. 1 and aces.
Oh, Balan, min raise is on the button with the 8-7 offsuit. Takes down the last hand before the break. Hope you're enjoying the show. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come. We're going to be back in about 20 minutes. One of these 5 remaining players will be crowned as your World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em Championship main event champion. Bit of a mouthful there. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
I don't know if getting dealt aces and winning the blinds twice is going to cause a soft boil. I think you're revealing something about your own personality, my friend.
Oh, listen, well documented is my psychopathy, Chewy. I mean, you kidding me? The stone maniac out there.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
This is how it happens, right? I'll get 3-bet 19 straight times, okay? And then every one of those times I was light, let's say, or I was at something. Then I find the aces, and I'm ready for the guy who's been the 3-better 90% of the time. And he just mugs.
Well, he just didn't get dealt
Takes a
7-8
phone
suited
call.
that time.
You know what I mean? Oh, okay, great. Not today? No? Not this hand, huh? All right.
Commotion with a pretty disciplined fold Jack-8 suited there. Understandable. Tomasowskis raising off of around 25 big blinds.
Nothing undisciplined about having done so with ace-9 suited as Alani seeks his bearings. King-5 off. We're not married to it.
We're not, but this is, you know, a reasonable holding. Closing the action against the button. Let's C3.
Meet for coffee.
Yeah.
You know, maybe not lunch or dinner, but
this has meet
it's
for
a
coffee
date.
vibes. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to see how things develop.
Oh, king in the window. Followed by another one behind it. How about trip kings? And all of a sudden, this date's going well.
Yes. Any soft boil is quickly dissipating from Alani's seat.
Paired flops, even with the lack of the ace, the heart, Tomasowskis could certainly just sprinkle something out there to guide Elani into the bin.
I don't see why not. Ace high will very often be the best hand here. So now the question for Elani becomes, do we want to slow play or do we want to raise right now? And if I'm sitting in his shoes, I'm definitely raising. At least strongly, strongly considering it. And for Vlados, it becomes annoying. It's not just the presence of the flush draw. It's also the fact that against that button range, you know, Alani could take plenty of hands, let's say 5, 6, 6, 7 with a club, queen of clubs with other side cards.
I mean, even just front door flush draws could potentially take the aggressive approach. It doesn't have to be a semi.
Absolutely. He beats all the flush draws and then all of those bluffs. Not to mention some diamonds, right? 4 or 5 of diamonds. These are all plausible holdings as well.
So Tamasauskas does make the call, doesn't find an ace or a 9 on the turn, but really doesn't find the kind of card that should be leaving him under the impression that if ace high was good prior, that it is no longer. And we'll see whether or not a price is laid with these trip kings by Elani that could keep the Lithuanian interested.
Yeah. You know, I wouldn't mind a check. And it would sort of do a nice job of mimicking the way that he played his bluff earlier by letting the turn check through and then making a very large river bet. But this is, of course, understandable. We're just looking to continue getting maximum value. And for Tamasauskas, the ace-9 is tricky. Again, beating all the bluffs. Flush draws are really the main types of hands we would hope to be seeing. Really not giving anything away here. Either player, that is. And he understandably sticks around. There are plenty of hands that he does beat. And it really is only the king that he's behind. Of course, we see that Alani has that, and Tamasauskas is drawing dead.
Yeah, we kind of remove 3x from the equation as played.
Yeah.
Clubs do arrive, however, on the end. Unfortunately for Tamasauskas, though, Chewy, it's in the form of a 9. So kings and 9s nut kick.
Yeah, this is tricky. I actually wonder how Alani will play this.
Yeah,
Certainly,
he unblocks clubs, too.
Yeah, he has to be weary of Tamasauskas having a flush draw. And I think these are the situations that, you know, really kind of above the rim players. Oh, wow, okay, he just puts out 100. Well, that's certainly going to get called.
Deeply downsized.
Yeah.
So much so that maybe... No, ace-9 turning itself into a bluff would just be so absurd.
No, he's definitely not going to turn it into a bluff. But he could think his man has an 8 somehow. I think he'll just call, but crazier things have happened. Imagine a value raise, and he gets a fold. That would be really tremendous.
The trouble, of course, is that Elani understands how inviting his river sizing is to a raise.
Of course.
So he needs to account for that.
Yes, I don't necessarily think that will happen. I was just reaching for wild outcomes. He bet the 100 so quickly. It's an interesting situation.
Yeah, begrudgingly, Tamasauskas flings the call in there, and perhaps the road less traveled, but embarked upon to considerable profit by Elani.
Yeah. Rizai, much of the same. I'm sure all of these guys are, but... And Rizai bringing some firepower, 4.6 million. Hochheim remains from the previous table, sitting with his 4.4. And certainly a playable hand here.
160.
So Hochheim is still present. 160 to skate, he says. Di Persio into the bin. Svach also.
And I have played against Ilani as well. Not quite as much. I found him to be very creative, crafty, certainly tough. And this call with 7-5 off may well give us an opportunity to explore some of his strategic insights here.
The only customer of the open. Ace 9-6 monotone texture, gut shot, and a small club draw for Alani, who checks over to king high and the better club draw.
Yeah, these 3 to a suit flops are always quite interesting, especially when both players have connected a bit.
110.
So Alani's decision here, I would imagine, is does he want to represent a flush, more or less, with a raise? Or does he just want to call and perhaps try to bluff on the river if the turn checks through? Both routes seem reasonable.
He
Yeah.
faces the follow through of 100 into 450. This is sub quarter pot.
290.
And it has tempted him into taking the more aggressive path, check raising to 290,000.
Yeah, I don't mind this play, right? He's going to knock out a lot of better hands. It's probably impossible that his opponent has a worse hand than 7 high.
I saw you were moving with the castle.
It is a bit tricky, though. If called, do we want to continue with this particular draw?
Made the deal heads up, right?
And naturally, we do see the call from the king high with the jack of clubs. Hawkheim probably wise to the fact that Ilani may well have some of these hands in his range.
Plus the trophy.
And that 6
Yeah.
is an interesting card.
Good.
Could Ilani sometimes have
It will keep you more
a 6
hungry
in his range
being
that he
at
was
first
just
place,
kind of
so you're gonna keep
looking
going.
to end the hand right there with?
You don't
Possibly.
want to play that much, but maybe now you want a little bit more.
No, but it's yeah. I'm playing all the EPT
Ah, yeah.
since a couple of years,
Okay.
and yeah. I
Checks
will
it over.
keep
Hawkheim content to do the same.
Cyprus.
So a quick knuckle back
Feel like want to take
and a
some-
very dry 3 of diamonds on the end.
Yeah, now Ilani
a
with,
little bit intense, yeah.
you know, a bottom of range type of holding. His decision really, does he want to continue to represent something strong?
Let's keep also.
Does he think it's believable?
Well, nice.
He looks somewhat poised.
Carlo and Cyprus.
It's a lot, yeah.
Perhaps a slight increase in
All in.
his breath. Wow. That's a strong play.
Simply rips it in for his tournament life. 1.7. A big overbet.
And, you know, Hawkheim has the type of hand that really is never going to lose to a bluff. We can't imagine that Alani is going to have a pocket pair or a 3. And he does appear to be breathing a bit heavy. This would be really a tremendous call.
One that would send Alani packing, by the way. Understandably.
Yeah,
Hawkheim does find the bin.
nicely done.
Adesso si appicca il fondato, bro.
The reward for his efforts. No further poker for you, sir, in the main, unfortunately. Meanwhile, we pick things up here back at the feature where we've arrived on the turn with a seldom involved chip leading Michael Dick.
Looks like this
Squaring
probably
off
went
against jacks.
open call or maybe open 3-bet call. 'Cause the pot size was already 360 before that bet right there.
Krivsky showing no concerns about Queen X, or better for that matter. Barreling once more, does have that gut shot.
Wow. I feel like Dick must have a plan here. Not just to hit an ace.
I mean, the 9 would be an awful card for him.
Yeah.
Board pairing 7. on the river, and I'd like to believe, Justin, that your speculation is accurate, and reaching for chips definitely reinforces that it was the plan to flat and then to barrel a multitude of rivers. And you know, it's a little peculiar because just how do I describe this? Like, the vibe of this felt preordained, like almost like it didn't matter what the river was, I was going to do this. And then you ask yourself, well, why would that be? You know?
Yeah, like he didn't really put a whole lot of thought with the 7 peeling. And again, I think we missed the pre-flop action. Yeah, he sniffs it out, makes the call. But a lot of times when these obscure lines are taken, it's out of desperation instead of out of like a value thought.
Spots for Deeb, who currently runs in third, as you got a glimpse at the chip counts.
And everyone here had the 10,000 euro to get in this tournament. And I'm not trying to say Sean's more comfortable than everyone else, but, you know, he's played for millions of dollars numerous times in his life.
Well, Mr. Madani has played pocket kings enough to know exactly how to approach them pre-flop. Upstairs he takes us, 26,000.
Okay.
Sevens now for Deeb in the small.
That was a nice sigh.
Inflation not on his mind. 1-7 into the bin, by the way. Not good news for Sean, who's going to be all alone and out of position against these Cowboys. 10-9-3, couple of overs. Unclear whether or not he thinks 10x, 9x is part of the equation for a Madani Open up front. Into 76 comes just a modest 18K, Justin. Not really a sizing that we anticipate is going to relieve Deeb of all of his range.
Yeah, I think Deeb is going to be calling just about everything, but this makes it nice price. Having the 10 and the 9 out there always presents more straight draws for the upper ends, the king jacks, queen jacks, king jacks, king queens. This is a spot where I fully expect Deeb to peel another one off, even if he does size it up here, which I'm sure he's going to do after down betting.
112 in the pot, and yet we continue to milk.
This is a very milky.
What are the arguments against the downsized turn bet after that very downsized flop bet?
To me, it shows that he has some showdown value. If he has king high or queen high or even some ace highs right now, I expect him to bet big, put pressure on a lot of these hands. His bet sizing says to me he has a hand that he's okay getting to showdown no matter what.
Okay, now interestingly enough, even though we see Sean check, this is one of those cards that when you down bet flop and turn and the big or small blind rather defender gets to this point, that backdoor flush, middle pair card pairing could put us in a bit of a blender if all of a sudden Deeb were to have risen up for a healthy size. And look at Madani, unafraid whatsoever of that development. Barrels once more.
1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Well,
60K.
The milk might work here. To your point, I thought Sean might consider it. Maybe a check raise, just merge it a little bit. Probably would like to have the 7 of diamonds in his hand instead, but again, this just shows that he has just a ton of value. But I think Sean sleeps very well at night and
yeah,
doesn't have to worry about what the other person had very often.
You know, he didn't look uncomfortable, but he did look a little bit confused by the line. And so 60K worth of curiosity satiated as those sevens find showdown. And unfortunately, they find the muck as well once shown kings.
All right, gang, I'm back. Seem to have missed a couple of hands there. Tried to get back as quick as I could. Let me know if I missed anything significant in the chat. Good thing is we are stuffed full of healthy food. If you're just tuning in on this Monday evening, it won't be the last time I'll say, but it's the final table of the €1,100 World Series of Poker. Circuit, no limit hold'em, main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. I am your broadcaster, Action Man Dan. It's been a fun, entertaining day so far. Let's keep it lit until we have crowned yet another champion at this fantastic resort. Greetings if you're tuning in on YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. If you want to find out additional information about the resort itself, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Kingsresort.com. No chickens choked, no knockouts. Blinds have gone up, however. We're about to have some action. We have Mattia all in against Renee. Blind v blind. Standard stuff. Nothing either player can do here, in my opinion. Glad I got back just in time to see this one. 10.8 million in the pot. Jack 6-3 is the flop, all hearts. Mattia finds himself in a post-flop coin flip. Renee is somehow still in the lead. Turn is the deuce of clubs, now the fives. Going to put Mattia down to 12 bigs unless he hits a heart, an ace or a queen on the river. It is a jack. That's a huge moment there for Maddie. Or sorry, Renee. So that's going to knock Maddie down to about 12 big blinds or so. Got to win those flips. More beef, Dan says Apocalypse. Yes. Sirloin mainly. Mattia, 12 bigs with aces, and now Balan. Wondering should he call this one with 5 remaining. Exactly 10 big blinds more and a pair. Let me know what you think about this one in the chat. This is very, very close, and you could easily see deuces, threes, and fours go into the muck. Maybe even fives occasionally. Sixes plus definitely calling. You're going to be flipping at best, and I think that's a great fold by Florin. That might seem like a standard fold to a lot of you in the chat, but you will see a lot of players just call there. Oh, Apocalypse Ayet. Another large piece of steak. Sweet potato. Carrot. Broccoli. I've got a cup of tea here and 5 Toblerone truffle chocolates out of the fridge. And I've got some brain berries that I should have ate the first thing this morning. A little bit of yogurt here with some blackberries, strawberries, blueberries. And that should keep hunger locked up till lunch. It's amazing how much people love food, isn't it? Laurie's dad brought us lingcod, so we've had some of that baked with lemon, garlic, butter sauce. Wow, you've moved away from the lobster momentarily. Where's that Australian alien that was in the chat? Because I reckon there could be more doors in the world than wheels, but we have to remember electricity started from the wheel because of some of the components that are involved. So now I've changed my views a little bit, but I still don't know which to choose overall. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, we've got jacks in the big blind. I think Florin just lets this one go on the 8-4-3. And then Nathaniel will take that one down, playing close to 50 bigs. Sifo says, Happy New Year from Manchester, Stan. Manchester's Tan. Hello. Nice to have you with us, Sifo. Tifo says Stan means land of. It also means my alter ego. Action Man Stan. Sometimes is what I'm called. Hand developing here, however. Nathaniel with 10s. And Dems look like raisin chips. So he's going for the 4-bet to 4.2 million. And now Nathaniel has to be deciding, is Florin 4-bet folding enough of the time to make this a profitable 5-bet jam? And 5-handed, folks, aggressive players, so much money on the line. He is going to go for the 5-bet rip. Queen, 7, Queen. This is possibly the biggest hand or flip of the tournament. 24.4 million. Bing, bang, boom, just like that. The superstar, Florin Balan, could be out in 5th place. It all comes down to this flip. And this river card needs an ace or a king. It's the Jack of Clubs. It does not arrive, and we say goodbye to Florin Balan in 5th place. Everyone gets a significant pay jump, and we are now 4-handed, with possibly the best player remaining in the field being eliminated in 5th. Sad times. I really felt like he was going to put on a clinic and close this one out. Wanted to pick his brain a little bit further when we get 3-handed and heads up. But it wasn't to be this time, and I'm sure we will see him again very soon. That was a crazy high variance flip. Of a few of you asking me, do I 5-bet the 10s? I 100% 5-bet the 10s if I've 3-bet the 10s. I think with a 12 big blind stack, I might be more inclined to just call. Getting three-way action. And what a moment that is, by the way, for the shortest stack. Mattia, sub 15 bigs, getting a huge pay jump. I do lose my pick for the FT. Yes, you are correct, chat. Jerry Fall asked me, would I 5-bet jam there? That was my answer, 100%, because Florian Balan knows that people can be coming after him with 3 bets, so he can be 4-betting hands, like all sorts. King Jack, King Queen offsuit, Ace Deuce, Ace 3, Ace 4, Ace 5, suited and unsuited. Just eating a quick chocolate in between hands here, folks. You wouldn't deprive me of these delicious, the last of the Christmas Toblerones. ECW King in the house. Goddamn, guys, that chocolate was good. I have 5 of them there in one hand. I did see that bet come in from the Ace-9. Thing about chocolate is, every time it's in your mouth, you want to eat it quickly, but once it's gone, it's like, I should have ate that slower. Seems like a life lesson we could learn, but we never seem to fully grasp it. Need to give that an honorable mention. ECW King said, I don't know if the Leon rumors are true, but hope he's getting better. I just had word that he's in critical condition, and after being rushed to hospital, and obviously from myself, on behalf of myself, I hope he gets a speedy recovery, gets all the help he needs in hospital. A legend of the game. Oh, we don't want to see him go out like that. Noam Saints is just opening a wisp of gold. Good on ya. Nathaniel raising to 850. So the dynamic has changed considerably. They've all locked up way more money now and got the strongest player out of there. Florian Berlan will leave us with €42,500. All four remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €54,900. Nathaniel will take that one down on the king, queen, tree. Blind v blind. You're going to see a lot more blind v blind battles now. We are four-handed. Huge money jump between fourth and third. Almost €20,000 in the difference, to be precise. Unreal for Mattia getting such a huge difference, over nearly 12 grand in that huge flip. And it has to be said, now that Florian Berlan is out of the way, it really paves the way for Adrian Kazaku. Don't want to say steamroll this one, but he is by far the most experienced player remaining, and he's got almost 50 big blinds. And you'd be a fool to not have him as your top pick at this late stage. Now, Nathaniel does have 100 bigs, so it is double the chips. So maybe I retract that statement saying you'd be a fool to not have Adrian Kazaku as your favorite to win this, but he is by far the most experienced. But sometimes the chips override experience, especially with 100 big blinds right now. Kazaku in the small. Well, Adrian is betting 300k here on the 3799 board. Nathaniel not going to be going anywhere with a flush draw, one would assume. Three on the river. And Adrian's going to win this one. Nathaniel just going to check it back. Double pair board. Going to be tough to get ace high to fold or something of that magnitude. Mattia is shoving from the cutoff. Remember, we're four-handed now. King four of spades. Space Pirates is down to four already. Evening all. Evening Space Pirate. Proctor says, just a warning, in 1 hour my cousin is playing snooker in the Masters. And in 2 hours the mighty Forest are trashing Liverpool, so it might be quiet then. You do what you gotta do. You've been an amazing guy to have at the back post or whatever you want to call it the last few days, and it doesn't go unnoticed. If you got to get out of here, get out of here. I don't need you correcting me every 2 minutes anyway. Usually every 2 hours. Got to keep me in check once every session. Kazaku takes that one down. So Mattia with 10 bigs, he's got all the pay jumps. He really doesn't need to be too scared. He is up against 100 big blind stack. He's got to take his chances and wants to be shoving the 9-7 suited here. Sub 10 bigs, blind beat blind. I reckon. Those go for it, and Adrian is going to call. So we do see a flip for Mattia's tournament life, but it's a 9 in the window. 9-5-4. He'll be sitting back down with 22 bigs unless a 3 arrives. Or a Dewey. A Dewey for a straight now. Here is the Jack of Clubs. Sit back down, Mattia. Back in line. Apocalypse reckons it's going to be 3-1 to Forest. Run, Forest, run. As for snooker, thankfully that isn't a blink and you miss it sport, so he should manage here as well. Renee with a good shot, straight draw here on the turn. Queen, 8, ace, deuce. Nathaniel bets 325 and Renee wants no part of it. Lets it go. Not sure what Nathaniel had there. Someone asking for the payouts in the chat with 4 players remaining. They have all locked up. €54,900. All chasing the first prize, of course, aforementioned many times today, of €172,000. See a question coming in there from Baracker. Will there be any World Series of Poker events in England or London this year? Usually Nottingham for something very similar to what you're watching right now on your screen. Flop going check here. Renee betting 500k and taking that one away from Nathaniel. Granted, he did have the best hand. Nathaniel with a monster here. Min raising with the ace-jack offsuit around the Kazaku. I don't think Kazaku is going to be defending the 9-3 offsuit anytime soon and puts it in the muck. Barker on about it again there. Should be in London. You've got other huge events in London, right? I think you will get the World Series of Poker circuit events you're looking for in Nottingham. I don't know if I've ever seen a structure as good for a 1K. 75-minute levels. We've been doing it for 3 long days now. I believe we are going to have the quickest of breaks here after this hand for 5 minutes. Not 3 minutes, not 7 minutes, 5 minutes. Yeah, I think Nottingham is unmatched in the UK as a venue. We've got 1 or 2 huge venues left in Ireland, but they're in hotels. But you've got the RDS as well for the Irish Open that needs an honourable mention. It's going to be absolutely huge this year. Right, guys, literally going to be back in 5 minutes. Talk to you then.
Soldier, ace queen. Up to 6,500.
Oh.
Dow calls with the ace-8 suited.
Maybe I get my money back.
Volkic in there.
This guy's great.
King, queen, 6. Good for Volkic.
Problems for Isildur.
What you playing?
Turn 9.
I think they're just hoping this goes check. I'm curious if Bulket's just going to try and get a little value for that king. He does. And it is so small.
5,600.
Such an annoying spot. You're being laid a tremendous price, but you just feel that your hand is rarely, if ever, good. What do we beat? To be like 5-6 of hearts, ace 10, ace jack. It's never a queen. Jack 10 would have got there. And of course, we're just worried about the king. Very nice.
Very nice. Robert says, love that bet size by Lou Ferrigno. I see Volkic as a young Lou Ferrigno. Most certainly.
Well played, Robert.
Richie, my boy. Dan, remember to unmute. Unmute even. Thank you very much, Richie. I didn't even go down the stairs this time, so I stayed ready so I didn't have to get ready. Though sometimes I'd be wondering when I'd be hawking up, doing a hawk to a hawking up a loogie here. Can people hear me? Even though when I have the mic muted. This is a new headset though. It's far better than that old mic I was using. Raglan says, Jesus, the lads are back. Sounds like someone who must be from Ireland. Pretty sure I remember talking to you, and if so, hope I'm not insulting you. Or you would have probably told me you're from Ireland. A lot of names come in and out. Of this channel. What brand of headset? Oh, will I take on? It's Audio Technica. Jeez. I should have known that one. Because they're the same as me, DJ headphones as well. But I was using an Elgato mic, and that's why people, we can hear you zoning in and out, because I'm a big dude. I'd be moving around in my seat from time to time. Or like getting up and having a stretch. Stick my head out the window, say my prayers, and come back. But I like having the headset on my head, because then I don't have to be fiddling with the mic piece all the time. JBLs. I almost said JLB. Is that the name of a digger or something? Right, lads, we are down to 4. There's still a long way to go yet. And I mean a long way to go yet, because we're still playing 75-minute levels. So I'm not sure if we get to 3-handed, does that change? I reckon they half it to 45-minute clock. Still 45-minute levels is still long. Look at the size of the average stack. The average stack is still almost 50 bigs, well, about 45 plus. These guys are having the time of their life playing for so much money. You gotta let them do their thing. Bit of a collision here on the board, as Richie just said. Pair for both players. Deuce of clubs hits the turn. $2 million is the bet from Kazaku. So, guys, some straight draws have missed, some flush draws have missed. Nathaniel may feel like this is a good spot for him to put his cape on. It's because he's overbet the pot that Nathaniel might just end up letting it go, but that's not a let go, is it? That's a call. Zaku doing what he does best, getting extra value where other players might not. Ace King in the small blind. It won't hurt them too much, but it is like a 7 big blind call on the river there. It does all add up. Firmly in control. Irregardless. Renee picking up a piece of it here on the turn. Up going check, check. Daniel setting the trap. You get paid for one street anyway, I would imagine. We did call River is 9 of diamonds. Not a great card for the 7-5. Complete some flush draws and some straight draws. Nathaniel wants to bet again, especially when he's got the ace of diamonds. 1.4 million is the bet. And Renee gets out of there. Kazaku over 50 bigs once more. That's actually a very large raise size. 3.3x. I presume this is to deter Nathaniel calling him too light on the button to see a flop. And then therefore he puts a lot of pressure on the blinds. Case in point, that's a lot of pressure to put on the blinds. Ace 4 can no longer defend for 3.3x, I don't think, and rejamming is less appealing. Because when Kazaku uses that sort of a raise size, it should narrow his range, more polar. Oh dear, this happened very fast. Perhaps there's an air of impatience around the room. Not that it would matter, these chips going in anyway. I prefer to see Renee raise call this one. It looked like he just jammed, gripped and ripped 19 bigs. Ideal situation for him getting called by ace queen. Almost 12 million chips in this one. Eight, 5, 4 is the flop. Turn is the 10 of hearts. Lady of the night needed. 2 remaining in the deck. Where Renee is going to get a very healthy double up. It is a Dewey. The deuce of diamonds rolling off. No help. Adrian going to be back under 10 mil. And Renee, who, by the way, has been very patient today. He's got rewarded for his patience time and time again. That's a couple of double ups for the John Goodman lookalike. Of course, John Goodman starred in The Big Lebowski. I presume you're all familiar with The Big Lebowski. And if not, that's unfortunate. Ralg says, oh, sorry, Ralg, I never got back to you about being from the north yet. I have a friend from Belfast, all right, and got a few friends from Donegal. I know that that's not the north, but it's northish. I won't make that fatal error, don't worry. I did just watch the Kneecap movie, for example, although if I had to give a confession, I couldn't find a version with subtitles, so I ended up watching it in Irish. I am not playing the Munster Charleville event. I really wouldn't think so. That don't impress me much. I know, I don't mean it like that. I'd play anywhere, but no, I'm going to play a 1K in Sofia. Nathaniel opens the button. Renee going to call from this? No, get out of there, Renee. Clip says you go to settings and profile. Are you mean to tell me I could have changed my name from Boss Hog for the last ages? I could actually be Action Man Dan on Twitch in the chat. Suppose then it'd be a dead giveaway. I like staying incognito. Incognito burrito. We have aces all in here from Mattia. Going for 11 bigs. I was going to try suggest if there was any way we could just flap from the small blind up 11 bigs, but perhaps it's a dead giveaway. Just fold. And he will pick up some well-needed chips there with the aces. And bing, bang, boom, just like that. Nadia picks up some well-needed chips with the aces, finds himself all in against Kazaku. And Kazaku has him in dire straits. Nadia needing an ace. Kazaku's been on the wrong side of a few of these situations, but not this time. 13 million in this pot. Turn his 10 of clubs. Nadia can now chop. An ace, jack, 6. But it is the 3 of spades. What a run it has been for this kid. Mattia Meledio takes home a whopping. Try to get the pay jumps or payouts on front of me in the screen. He will take home €54,900 for his efforts. And that's fantastic score from an €1,100 buy-in. He's also very patient, got all the pay jumps required, went for it, ran into a hand in the end, and that's all you can do in this game. So, folks, then there was 3. 3 is the magic number. All guaranteed a minimum of €73,200. All right, Kazaku Rebounding nicely to 40 bigs. Zaka with the min. Lines are 200, 400, 400. Went up a couple of hands ago. Renee in the big. And Renee's been short so many times today. Finds himself in contention, three-handed for the biggest title of his life. He's guaranteed a minimum of 73,000. Aim for another 100. What a time to be alive for Renee Schnitzler. Exactly taking that one down. Good on you, Apocalypse. You've been playing a blinder, mate, a bloody blinder for the last 3 days. ECW King says the YouTube views are doing good. 600 plus viewers. Sure to hit that like, subscribe, and follow button. If you want to chat with us and you're on YouTube, come on over to Twitch, Poker Room Kings. The water is lovely. Great to see so many of you tuning in. We're up to nearly 1,000 viewers at one stage. So here's how it's looking three-handed. Nathaniel with 70 bigs, over half the chips in play. Adrian Kazaku with 44 bigs in second place. And Renee, take a bow, Renee. The rest is gravy, in my opinion, for this fella. 24 big blinds. One double up, and he is basically in second place. No basically about it. And yes, something I haven't mentioned many times on the channel recently, it goes without saying, we are on all the different social media platforms. Perhaps we need to get one of those link trees. We're on Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok. Lock, stock, the effing lot. Nathaniel, 70 biggins. And the jacks in the small. And wow, whoa, whoa. Hold your horses. Nathaniel set to win an 18.7 million chip pot and go heads up for this title against Adrian Kazaku. Hey, Schnitzler, 32% equity with his ace-5 of hearts. Wow. 10, 9, 7. It's never easy. %43 equity now. Tracks the Jabracada's. Turn is the 7 of clubs. And the river is the queen of clubs. Renee Schnitzler cannot get the job done with the ace-5 of hearts. What an incredible performance. That means we are going heads up for the title. Bing, bang, boom. Just like that, we're going on a 15-minute break. You know what? We're down to heads up. I've had me berries, I've had me dinner. I'm going on the hunt for a small dollop of ice cream. We have a 15-minute break. We'll see you all back then. This guy is going to have an overwhelming chip lead. Not Andy Tillman now. There you go. He's going to have nearly 100 pigs playing 44, but one double up changes things considerably. They would be almost even. We have had some long heads up battles as of late. Sometimes it goes pretty quick. We are prepared for any eventuality. It's going to be a fun one nonetheless. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Put up as many graphics for us as he wants. Bedell finished 5th here at the 25K GG Millions.
It'd be great if he went back to another graphic momentarily that just says, Jeff Platt is an asshole.
988. Open ender for Shields. Jacks are best.
Nice to see Apocalypse still with us in the chat, by the way.
Oh, yeah. What's he have to say?
He's just letting everyone, a lot of qualifiers from Kings. Also informing folks that there's another Twitch stream.
There is.
Yes.
But it's the exact same stream.
The same one.
But, yeah, watch us wherever you want.
Doesn't matter to us. But if you are here with us on YouTube, on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel, click that thumbs up, the like.
Do the same on all the Kings channels, too.
Back to the tank we go.
Anthony says, bro, get this tanker off the table. Is there going to be a world someday in which somebody's taking too long and it's just boom, you're gone?
It's the young Euros don't help themselves in these instances. They get targeted for this.
Right. The reputation is that. Of course, it doesn't mean every young European player tanks.
No, but it doesn't help when it's actually happening right here during the main event at this feature table. Americans are just as guilty.
Oh, so true. I don't really think Shields has been that bad. Anyway.
He really hasn't been that bad. Yeah. Going for a big bluff, stepping into it, though. Kruger cannot fold this hand. I don't think. It's an under-the-gun open. You've got 2 jacks. If you've got an 8, bless you. If you've got queens plus, pay him the money. Really giving it some thought. Maybe worried about 9's full.
Folded queens correctly. Can he call with jacks correctly? To your point, just not many 8s exist. There is that call. Krugel will show down the winner to drag a pot of 63K.
Glad I didn't have tens.
There's nothing. What you want? I have pocket kings.
No, 6-4-3.
He was almost calling for a chop. That guy. I don't care.
There's
he has to call.
I find it hard to believe. I find it hard to believe he had an 8.
He didn't have an 8. He never can.
No, he
never has
he was such a bitch. There's no way he's folding an 8.
Only he have 8. The first guy. But if you have it, you have it.
The first guy didn't have an 8.
That guy
With the
didn't.
10K? What? With the 10K.
Look
you
at
mean?
Madani. Under the gun open to 1600, and he's just calling with Queen 5 suited.
The man does not like to fold. You pointed this out like in the second hand.
I could just tell some players are like this, man. Any two will do.
I don't know. That'd be sick.
I don't believe him.
I'm thinking in my head, I'm like,
You think I
no,
can, right?
No, in my head, I'm thinking, no way.
You have 8.
No, in my head, I'm thinking, there's no way this guy had floated 9 suited, right? I'm like,
I
this
thought it
guy
was
is
6
sick.
for deuce with 2 spades.
No, it wasn't. It was rainbow.
No, I
for
have
sure.
pocket kings.
And you got mad that it was a straight on the board, so you went all in?
Yeah.
These fucking fish.
Ace, queen, at deuce, top 2 for Neverlinen.
I can't fathom Madani going anywhere. He's got middle pair, backdoor spades, little potential with the wheel, and he never folds, so he's in.
It does turn a flush draw.
This
19K behind.
could be a dirty one. This guy is something else.
I don't know what made me think. You see his time? You ever see the movie with Justin Timberlake, where like the society, they get paid with time? You know what I'm talking about or no?
No.
So they work and there's no money. Their money is time. So they go like they work their job, and at the end of the week, like they get like time added on. It was a sick movie with Justin Timberlake. You know what Justin Timberlake is or no? Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, but
movie,
this
actually.
is old movie, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you finish the time,
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, I know the movie.
And then he's like he played a poker game, remember, with one of the people and for like a lot of time, and he won. Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, in one scene, he's playing poker with a
Is
fish.
he thinking about just ripping it?
I think so, and he does. Neverlinen happy to snap it off, and here we go.
Second left, Justin Timberlake, and he wins the huge hand at the end. Sick.
Don't mean to disrupt the runner talk from Palma. Great film, Timberlake, Affleck. Madani looks to get up to almost 50K. Needs some help, though.
6 of spades.
Come on.
Yeah. 07.
River is a queen. The case queen means it's queen's full for Neverlinen, means it's good game to Madani. Hey, the effort was there.
I played them all.
I don't know, you are the professional.
Ooh, 2 kings.
And just quickly calling does not put in the 3-bet.
Shahar in there with the 7s.
No respect. Unbelievable. American.
Suarez calls 8-5.
American under the gun. Well, you have these other two. I don't know, but you have a little something.
Ace 5-3. Palm out, flops Mufasa.
just going to start betting right away. Could have gone check as well and just sort of pot control, remain under repped, but this may thin the herd. Maybe Shahar comes along. 7 of diamonds in hand. Yeah.
Does make the call.
Suarez, a little taste. Bottom pair. Well, middle pair. If we believe the 5 and the 8 are clean.
What's the call?
Being laid a price to peel. Oh.
Whoa.
Or just shoot it up.
To 7K.
Did not see this one coming. This is quite fascinating. Perhaps having the 5 of diamonds in his hand feels he can get a bit creative. Able to represent a hand like 5x of diamonds later on down the road. If a diamond were to present itself and gets the best hand to fold at the moment, now can he get 7s out? Wow.
Yes, he can. Bravo, Anton Suarez. Going to work with the 8-5, getting a good one through.
You play bomb pot a lot or no?
Not really.
There's actually a lot of skill in bomb pot.
Yeah, I mean,
Does the fish don't bluff enough in bomb pot? And bomb pot's a lot about bluffing.
I never saw any bluffing bumper. I don't know what bumper. I never seen a bluffing bumper either. I don't know what bumper to play, man.
What do you mean? Sorry. What do you mean? It's a big bluffing game. If people are
You're a big bomb pot
No,
guy.
I think Palmer's just stone wrong here.
Double board?
Yeah.
You're talking, okay.
I was going to say,
Yeah, double board.
No,
bomb.
because I ordered
No,
before.
double board bomb pot. Then there's a lot of bluffing
Yeah,
in the game.
even more
At
wrong.
least it is. If you're playing it right, you should be.
Well, he's going to get a seat in any double board bomb pound gate he wants.
Particularly when all the cards are out already. Like, there's a lot of bluffing. People can only win on one board a lot of the time. So it's hard to call all-ins when you can only win one board.
Yeah, maybe. I haven't been playing much.
I know whenever they have it, though, every hand is all-in. Like, for the most part. Like, every pot is, like, gigantic. That's lineup, too. You got a good lineup for that. Because these guys are terrible. They're literally only playing for one board. You're like, what is going on here?
Chasing flush draws.
Sick people.
And now turning full is Runkin.
Oh.
Good check back.
Six.
Oops.
betting 6K. Not
Yeah,
going to love what
sneaky
comes
check
next.
on the river by Runkin with the boat. Check both turn and river, and obviously now come in with a check raise.
Thank you.
See y'all's comments about the sound. Our producers in Korea communicating with those in Rosvedhof, so they're going to get the table sound turned up for you guys.
Show. For the camera. Big hand, big hand.
Queen 10. Queen 10.
You have a bluff? You have Queen 10? Yeah. What do you have?
You have Queen 10.
What do you have?
I see, said the blind man. We are back for the heads-up battle to see which of these two remaining hopefuls will become your eventual champion. Adrian Kazaku has all the experience. But this man right there, Nathaniel Elidan, has all the chips. It is all to play for. This is the guts of a €70,000 heads up battle. God damn it, guys. I got a brain freeze there. Oh, haven't eaten ice cream in a while. Also, that's what that feels like. 8-8 deuce is the flop. $550 is the bet. $550 is the call. Apocalypse says Nathaniel has career live earnings of $23,684. Yeah, that's what I was saying there yesterday. But thanks for refreshing my memory. And now it's locked up over €100,000. Double pair board here now. Nathaniel probably just wants to try get the showdown with his Queen Jack. Perno Draw says it was a crazy turn card. Whatever he bets, Kazaku is going to pay him off with the toppest of pairs, of course. Probably not the first time I'm going to mention this, but it is still a 75-minute clock as far as I can tell. Maybe they will have the levels. I'm not too sure what way World Series operates in terms of that sort of thing. It's up to the players as well as the tournament director. But there is a lot of chips still in play. And this could go on for quite some time. Kazaku is not going to go quietly into the night. And I've mentioned every other player at the table, but not too much about Nathaniel Elidan. He's played very well. Obviously, he won that gigantic flip, but you've got to gamble to win. He was willing to 5-bet rip it with the 10s. Gets there against the ace-king suited. That's where he's had loads of his chips come from. There it is, folks. You're used to seeing trophy after trophy for the winner, but that is a very sexy gold ring. Bowman 557 subscribed with Prime. I don't know the last time I've seen a subscription, so thank you so much, Bowman. Nice to have you with us. Perno Draw wants it all to end where both players flop a set of sixes, but little does he know it will be declared a misdeal. Great to see so many people tuning in over the last 3 days, but to bring this one to a conclusion, guts of 1,000 people between YouTube and Twitch. Makes me and the Kings production team very happy, I can tell you. Nathaniel's going to take that one away with the Queen High, denying equity on the deuce, ace, jack board. Perno draws his 5 of a kind sixes. Stratus says, Dan can now afford more than chicken tenders to feed his dog. I don't want to give chicken tenders to the dog. If they're the good chicken tenders, I'd like to eat them myself. you see now, with the blinds at 2 and 4, Kazaku has hit 20 million in chips, and Nathaniel has about 35. Okay, so that's 15 million, but that's not even 40 big blinds in the difference, where that gap can be decreased hand after hand, and then suddenly there's only about 20 bigs in the difference. You already have one hell of a heads-up battle. If they get even Stevens, there's just so much chips in play. For Nathaniel, he really, really doesn't want to double up Kazaku, knowing how good Kazaku is. So he wants to play that more small, bally sort of a size, in my opinion. Some people just want to go for it. Again, wins a couple of pots. Suddenly, he is more than a 2-to-1 chip leader. So really interesting dynamic going on here in the opening proceedings of this heads-up battle. Stratus wants to know when the next broadcast is going to be. Next broadcast is next Monday, and I don't know if it's a surprise for the fans, but there's a guy who's reached out to me privately and wants to join me for the Dutch Masters because he reckons he's going to know a lot of people that are still left in the field, and he has some things he'd like to talk about. So I'll try anything once. Hopefully there will be someone joining me. He's a Dutch guy himself, so that could be quite interesting. It's about time I started grooming them and training them in, you know. It is not Johan, the main man. The Dutch Oven Masters, sure. Yes, next Monday will be the Dutch Poker Masters. I was going to say we mightn't have marathon streams for a while, but we do have one of the biggest ones of the calendar year. I know this one was massive as well, but the 2 million guaranteed Italian poker sport is coming up in 2 weeks' time. You're going to see a lot of small pots, as I aforementioned. Ace-5, King, King-8 here. Daniel's going to try to take this one away from Kazaku, and I'd probably pick him off here with Queen High. Nathaniel will win with the 8 deuce. So 94 blinds, playing 44 blinds. Nearly 70% of all the chips in play for Nathaniel. But you see what I'm saying? One double up and Adrian is there at about 90 bigs. It basically completely changes things. Swaps the stacks, essentially. Essentially. Yeah, you heard it here first. I said it's the year of Italy, and I'm not changing my mind for nothing or no one. Think about how many Italians we've seen going deep in this exact event. Adrian betting 1.75 mil on this turn. Interesting turn card giving Nathaniel top pair. Won't be going anywhere. And we're about to see a river. And that river is the 6 of hearts now. Does Kazaku continue firing? And if so, how much? It'll be tough to get a 10 to fold. Maybe get some ace high to fold. Surely knows he's not going to get a queen to fold. So what sort of sizing does he want to go for? No sizing is the answer. Guess he thinks that his opponent would fold a deuce or a 4 on the turn. So he's fired on the turn to give up on a lot of rivers, and that's one of them. I still don't know if we want to fire because we're at the bottom of our range. We can't win with Jack High, but he knows his opponent. Nathaniel's going to win another one. Now playing over 100 big blinds. 40 million for this fella. Kazaku betting 400k here on the King 7 with the 8-5. That's the thing about heads up. You're going to see a lot more just bet and take it down. It's so difficult to make a hand, and that's why I said this. We could be here for quite some time. I don't want to say you're banking on a cooler, and when they're this deep, it's going to take more than one cooler a lot of the time. You think how hard it is to make a pair and hold them when you're 9-handed, 8-handed, 7-handed. If you get shorter handed, it becomes more difficult. To even get dealt an ace heads up, it's difficult-ish. And then to pair the board, that's why it's such an intricate dynamic of no limit hold'em, the heads up battle itself. People don't put anywhere near enough time into learning how to play heads up because it's so rare that they're going to be heads up. But that's where potentially you can make the most money in all of Hold'em. Nathaniel with the best of it here. Kazaku at the very, very bottom of his range is going to try steal this one. And Nathaniel just with ace high. Seen him make some big-ish calls already. And there's another one. He's starting to put some real distance between himself and Kazaku. This is what I was saying. He's got Kazaku from 50 bigs down to 35, and now he is remaining over 100 big blinds. If he keeps nipping away at him, he gets him down to somewhere around 20 bigs. Even if Kazaku doubles up, he's only back to 40. It's when Kazaku is at 40 or 35 plus, doubles up, he's back to 70. Quick maths in the bruv. Strata says, "Can you say that again, Dan? I wasn't paying attention." I'm just going to go on strike. I think sooner or later around here. How do I reach these boomers? Kazaku's going to raise to 2.9 million here. Non-believer on the 993 of the C-bet from Nathaniel. Or it looks like Nathaniel is led. No, he's 3-bet pre and now C-bet and got raised. Oh, sorry, Kazaku's limped the button. Nathaniel has bumped it up. Kazaku was called. Nathaniel has led small. And Kazaku was raised with a lot of backdoor capabilities. I like it from Kazaku. Kazaku gonna limp on the bouton. Nathaniel checks his option. Flop is Queen 9 Deuce. Oh yeah, Stratus is waiting to finish off a day at work. Now, to be fair, he did message us 7.5 hours ago, or when we went live, saying it's 6 or 7 a.m. here. I think you've earned a cigar, buddy. King 8-6 is the flop this time. Nathaniel with Ace-3. And Kazaku with 5-4. So Ace High will be hoping to get the showdown here. Nathaniel will try to get the showdown. Unlucky to not do so successfully. Apocalypse is looking for some discount. Stratus check the prices and it's like 50% discount in his local casino. Nice. And the ace is going to take that one down. Apocalypse says, let me just get the 12-hour ferry to the mainland and a train to the airport and then fly for 8 hours to America. It's crazy the lengths certain players go for a game. That's why the King's Resort is an awesome choice. Just 90 minutes away from Prague Airport. For all your needs, wants, and desires. Largest card room in Europe. You're too busy anyway, Apocalypse, setting up that game in the Shetlands. You literally have created a poker table with a load of donkeys, is what I heard. Shetland ponies, donkeys, whatever you want to call them, really. Now, I like the strategy Nathaniel is going with. Obviously, he's had the hands to do it with. Kazaku has regained composure. He's back to 50 bigs, but Nathaniel needs to keep pouncing on all these limps. Something will have to give at some point, of course. Stratus asks his Bird, who's still around. Whoo! Whoo! Bird is a bit of a twitch pigeon. He'll just arrive. Watch this. Nathaniel betting 800k here. Could see some money go in here, folks. Kazaku with top pair, but with such a bad kicker, just going to call. Turn is a 5 of spades. $4.2 million in this pot. Do we just check back here in Nathaniel's shoes and try realize equity? Does he think he can extract more value from a draw? Like a hand like Queen 10, even though we blocked that. With that 6, he's got decent showdown value if he doesn't hit his diamond. 2.1 million is the bet. $2.1 million is the call. Oh, and that's a juicy one. Gives 2 pair to Nathaniel. One of the larger pots we've seen in this heads-up battle so far. Now, if I'm trying to get paid by a king, or maybe even a jack, I'm not going too small here. I would like to see a bet of about 5.6 million. Something around that area. That looks like a sexy bet to me. 5.7 million. Within 0.1, I'll take it. Now, Does Kazaku call? Is there enough bluffs in Nathaniel's range to make this profitable call? We are heads up. I have expressed my concern about how difficult it is to make a hand heads up, let alone top pair. He can beat some hands like 7-8, 8-9, busted diamond draws. I think we have to call. Kazaku calls, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Nathaniel has him down to that 25 to 20 big blind zone. Nathaniel getting very lucky there on the river. And that is a gigantic pot in terms of this heads up battle. Stratos says spot on again, Dan. Well, I said 5.6. Oh, so it kind of bothers me that it was 5.7. But hey, what's that like? 0.1. 0.25 of a big blind off. A quarter of a tenth of a big blind is what I missed out by. I'll take it. I've played a bit of poker in my day. Apocalypse makes a very good point. And hang on, we don't know what kind of bird he is. I've been asking him what bird he is for a long time now. Feel like he's embarrassed of whatever bird he is. Didn't seem to me like it was some sort of a peacock anyway. ISO says, see, that's your problem. You threw out bird seed instead of bird seed. I'm going to give him more credit than a pigeon, I decided. Now, Kazaku's frame of mind needs to stay calm, composed, calculated, and cool, yeah. Nathaniel needs to keep peppering him with that spicy jab. Get him in and around 15 biggins, and then start hopping off his stack. And Stratus making a very good and clear point there. Nathaniel needs to stay calm and focused as well. This is not over yet. It's easy to think, it's like, well, I've got him. Got him on the ropes. Got him on the ropes, Rock. It is easy to get overexcited in this moment when you have 45 million and your opponent is under 10. 26 bigs now. See, Kazaku has all the experience, knows exactly what to do off different stack depths. Nathaniel's played very well as well, and that's why you see him with 80% of the chips and play 112 bigs. You gotta crack a few eggs if you want to make an omelette. Isos' pigeons get labelled as flying rats, but they've gained more stripes than your average purple heart. Sure. I wouldn't really want too many pigeons floating around me, but not the wild pigeons anyway. You can train them to go great distances and lengths for you. But alas, we have robots in our lives now. $400k is the bet, $400k is the call. Adrian with the best of it. Nathaniel could keep firing off here. Having deuces like this would be tough to get to showdown. Decides to just check it back though. $1.1 million is the bet from Nathaniel. And he can make moves like this where Kazaku needs to be a lot more careful with his remaining stack. Long time listener, first time caller. Kazaku will take that one down with a one big blind C bet. I would actually like to start incorporating some more check raises from Nathaniel's perspective, because if he starts trying to play chunkier pots with Adrian, he's going to be able to leverage his entire stack by the river. That will have to play in Kazaku's mind. Like making it 1.5 million here, I don't particularly like. You're going for almost 4x. And Adrian shoved on him, and Nathaniel should be calling this. This is a monster heads up. Looks like Kazaku's had enough. Re-jamming with the 10-4 suited. And there might be a bit of hesitation here from Nathaniel Really, really does not want to double up a man of Kazaku's caliber. That being said, ace-9, heads up, rejam for 24 bigs is a monster. Wow. This is huge. Pretty sick that Kazaku has 2 live cards. Almost 20 million in this pot, which is 50 bigs. Nathaniel has an opportunity to win it right here, right now. Otherwise, Kazaku is going to be back to 50 big blinds. It all comes down to this, a 60-40. 10-8-8. Yikes. Fantastic start for Kazaku. Even has runner spade covered. An ace needed. It's a 6, a glimmer of hope perhaps. An ace or a 7 for Nathaniel. Elidan on the river. Or we are back in for a hell of a heads-up battle. It's the 4 diamonds. It's basically 90 bigs playing 50. Big smile from Adrian Kazaku. Got a feel for Nathaniel a little bit there. He's made the correct call. Had the chance to win it, but this is the way volatile no limit hold'em tournaments go, especially heads up. So we see 4-5-4-4 board. Nathaniel needs to remain composed, one step away from becoming champion. A lot of players can crumble sometimes when that happens to them. This is where championship rounds come into effect. Very important. They're obviously tired as well, running on adrenaline, playing for several days in a row. 4 million is the bet here on the river from Kazaku. Housing up. Goes for a large sizing, and Nathaniel might feel compelled to call him on this river. I think when you break it down, should be a fold. Sometimes in these heads-up situations as well, if your opponent has hit a flush that they would most likely check back in a normal situation, so hard to make a hand that when you make the flush, you can actually still get paid by worse. Nathaniel's paid him off, and I told you this could happen. We are dealing with just a 10 big blind difference between Adrian and Nathaniel now. Yikes. So now it's a whole different ball game. Still 130 to 140 big blinds in play. Now it's Kazaku's world. He can really just play his A game, start hammering away. Now that they're almost even. Now that they're even, Kazaku would have a major edge. I think that goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. Space Pirate says, boom, LFG. Big moment for the Romanian fans out there. And it looks like Kazaku is going for larger raise sizes now as well, going for the full 3X and a little bit of cheese on top. That's an adjustment he will have made because he would be going for a min raise or a little bit extra when he was shorter stacked, so say 25 bigs and below. But now he's got about 70 big blinds. He can kind of do what he wants. Kazaku betting 400k here. Takes down another one. He's just going to start whittling away at him. He's going to start winning loads of these small pots that will all add up. Let us not forget that they're playing for about 70 grand here, heads up. 1 grand for every big blind they each have. That's not how that gets worked out, by the way, in case you're new to the game. Now he seems to be going back to min-raise strategy. You will take that one down. Top pair here for Zaku. But it is Nathaniel who's betting. Now Nathaniel is in a bit of no man's land as to whether to continue firing to try get the showdown with his ace high. Will have the best hand the majority of the time. And Nathaniel will let it go. Nathaniel with the raise to $1 million. He will take that one down. Daniel raises nearly 4x there with the Queen 10 offsuit, and Adrian will let the Jack 3 offsuit go. The blinds have finally gone up, but they have not gone up too much in the slightest, really. A testament to how amazing these structures are, but we are heads up now. We're still playing a 75-minute clock. Blinds have gone from 2 and 4 to 3 and 5. Really doesn't change the average stack much at all. Still playing the guts of a 60 big blind average. Adrian checking, and Nathaniel with the best of it's going to check behind River as the 6 of diamonds. There's 5 million in this pot now. Zaku looks like he is going to load up strong here with his trips on the river. That looks to be over pot, about 6.5 million. I mightn't need glasses just yet. 6.5 million is the bet. Bit of a puke spot here for Nathaniel. I don't really think we're going to see him pay this one off. No, I'm totally wrong. It's just because earlier I feel like we would have got a fold from Nathaniel there, but this time he called. That's one of them spots where had he not lost some of those bigger hands earlier, I think we might see him fold. Now, that is about the third time we've seen him pay off on the river. I just felt like we might see him let that one go. And now, guys, this is exactly what I was talking about as well. It's Adrian Kazaku's world, and Nathaniel has to live in it. It's 75 bigs. Nearly a 2-to-1 chip lead, I think, when it comes back on the screen. A 20 million difference in chips. A 40 big blind difference between the two. That's a big boost to that man right there. We have essentially flip stacks. That's correct, ISO. Has been a bit of a lull in the chat, and I totally understand why heads up not usually the prettiest of times to commentate or watch, but there's a lot of knowledge to be gained from watching these guys, watching any heads up battle. It's a different kind of an animal, different format of hold them all together, in my opinion. Actually, no opinion about it. It is a different format altogether. Ace 4, Deuce, Jack is the board here. We flipped and have to see if Nathaniel can keep a cool head. Yeah, it's all about him keeping a cool head now. Like I said, earlier, everything I said already about Nathaniel trying to grind Adrian down now goes for the opposite. Now it's Kazaku wants to whittle away million by million off Nathaniel's stack, get him under the 20 bigs, and then start pushing for the cushion. Kazaku just stuffing it on Nathaniel there. moving all in. Perhaps he's getting a bit impatient if he's doing things like that with the likes of Queen 4 off suit. UCW King says it's freezing and this man be wearing shorts. This guy ain't phased. Zaku now with 40 million. $80 bigs now for Kazaku playing Nathaniel's 30. They are talking about something. I'm not really sure. Something got to do with a chip. Seems to be fine. And this could get a bit dicey. King of Diamonds for Adrian. Ace of Diamonds for Nathaniel. Oh, that's an amazing card for Nathaniel, really, all things considered. Easy now, Adrian. The Lord giveth and the Lord take it away. That's 2.3 million. Seven of Hearts rolling off. Looks like Kazaku is going to give up. And that's a big bet from Nathaniel. Still a 2-1 chip lead. Kazaku taking it down with the 7-3 off suit. Nice hand here for Kazaku. King queen off suit, min raising with a little bit of cheese on top. Actually, 2.6x. Bet a 500k in a call. King of spades rolls off on the turn. And Adrian is going to bet 1.3 million. Adrian! Nathaniel with the best of it here with ace 8 on the queen 7-4-9 as we hit the river. River is the deuce of diamonds. Agsy says, is this in Roswadav? You're goddamn right it is. Nathaniel will take that one down.
I literally did nothing. You call, I check. What information you want? This is how it goes. You show first IC. You can see, bro, if you want that much. I understand if there's action, so you can see I just literally did nothing.
Not sure what they're speaking about. I have my headphones turned up trying to hear the table talk. Not easy for these players to play for this amount of days. 70,000 euro on the line and the title. You can only make so many good decisions in a day. I talk about decision fatigue on here all the time. So Kazaku's 3-bet him all the way. It looks like he's getting impatient, wants to start running it. Nathaniel folds a very, very strong hand heads up. I don't think we can be calling for almost 30 big blinds. It's very sad that we have to fold a hand as strong as Queen Jack of Diamonds. Possibly the sexiest, most prettiest hand in the deck. Diamonds or hearts? Diamonds. No hearts. Hearts, diamonds. People asking about massages. Kings, yes, you can book up. There's a beautiful wellness center on the, could be the 4th floor. It's not like you won't find it anyway. You've got ice cold water you can dump over your head. You have an amazing sauna. One of the best saunas I've ever been in, actually. The views are incredible. You've got a small-ish pool. You have a steam room. Another kind of like another steam room. I can't remember the name of it. I'm a company man at this stage. There's something for everyone in the audience. Couldn't recommend it enough. I went downstairs trying to commentate for the World Series of Poker Europe. And I was nearly falling asleep. I was so relaxed. Herbal steam bath. Sounds about right. Could be catchphrase. It's good, but it's not right. Kazaku is going to bet again. 2.6 this time. Nathaniel's going to be forced to fold this, and he's going to be left with about 20 big blinds. He's got Nathaniel under 10 million. $700K is the bet from Nathaniel. $700K is the call from Kazaku. On his queen of diamonds. Nathaniel betting 1.8 million here on the turn. We'll get called a second time. 6.5 million in the pot now. Ace of hearts rolling off on the river. And it's a heart as well. I don't think Kazaku can do anything here other than check. Unless he decides to rep a king or a flush and jam for pot. We do have an all-in in the call on Nathaniel. 3-1 favorite. And if Nathaniel Elidan wins this one, he's back to 50 bigs, and we nearly have an even Stevens heads-up match once more. Jack, 9, deuce. 2 spades hits the flop. Jack of Hearts hits the turn. Someone's saying it's a 70k flip. Well, Kozaku's didn't have enough equity to be flipping, but I see what you're saying. River is a 4. Nathaniel doubles up. He's paying 50 pigs, and Adrian is back to 60. Old Square says no pair, no draw. Well, Kazaku still has the lead, but marginally. And if they continue to play 75-minute levels, this could go on for a long time. Just going to throw it out there. But hey, we've got this far. It's been 3 long days. We don't quit at halftime. Am I right, guys? Over 200 hands have been played today now. Adrian Kazaku raised to 1.3 million on the button. And Nathaniel, let's go with the 9-3 off suit. That's not 13 million, don't worry. 1.3. All good. Adrian takes down the blinds and antes. Still is playing 69 bigs against Nathaniel's 42. Queen 5-4 is the flop. He bets 1 million with his top pair. Kazaku is going to raise to 3.1. Just exploiting the fact that Nathaniel can be just c-betting this very wide. Therefore, thinks his king high might be best right now. He's got some backdoor playability in the form of a straight draw. Now, the 8 of spades is an interesting card because it gives Kazaku a good shot straight draw. And he can win with a king or a 6 now. Important to note that that's going to hit the buttons range also. But when we get a card as good as this, I feel like we have to keep barreling and barrel quite large. He's gone for 5 million. Yeah, it seems like a decent sizing. I don't think Nathaniel is going to be going anywhere just yet. I think Nathaniel might be deciding. Oh, whoa. No, he's got to continue there because he's got a 6 blocker if his opponent would check raise something. They could have a straight on that turn, for example. Having said that, the 6 is a card we would want our opponent to have. I think we just have to call there on the turn and see what happens on the river. Top pair is just so hard to make and heads up. Adrian with the best of it here with nearly 6 million in the pot. He's going to bet again to deny equity for the most part. Occasionally, he might get some value from a straight draw or king high, etc. Case in point. The river is a queen. And Adrian will win with the 4-3. Puts Nathaniel back down to 24 bigs. Get back in your box. Frustration taking place on either side of the table over the last 2 hours or so. $800K is the bet, $800K is the call. Nathaniel dangerously close to being under 10 million again. Kazaku checks. You will win a few bigs back. This time Adrian is going to limp in the hope that Nathaniel will raise, so then Adrian can go over the top. I presume that's what he was thinking of doing. Hasn't gone to plan. King 7-6 is the flop. $1.7 million is the bet on the turn. I think Nathaniel's just going to have to let this one go. Daniel making it large. Living at large, raising to 1.8 million this time. It's getting annoying for Kazaku because he really wants to see a flop here, but his opponent only has 19 big blinds behind, so therefore he is going to let that one go. Daniel turning the straight here. He will take that one down. His opponent not having a hand to play back with on that occasion. Marcel says, so strange. Strange? Gotta tame the strange.
Can you agree to play without a break? Because we're just gonna get out of the rhythm. It will be nice? No, I just didn't want to relax. Like, it's good that we were into the game. Because then you relax and then you start again. However you want. If you want break, let's take a break.
Kazaku flicks it in. Bet of 1.5 big blinds or so and a call. Turns the 6 of diamonds. Nathaniel can hit it straight with a queen. Kazaku with the best of it right now. The river is a queen. And I don't think Kazaku can pay this off unless Nathaniel bets really small. Obviously can't get paid. ECW King with a very good point there. I don't get why people get so mad about amateur players getting far. I find it awesome. I have all the time in the world for a scrappy underdog. Rags to riches stories make me very happy. Thank you very much for your comment. It's just being a pro for many, many years myself. I know what it takes to become a champion and the grit and the tireless work ethic. So sometimes I like to see the pro get the job done. Amateurs go through the exact same thing as pros do. An attorney just tells me they're sour. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Sometimes what they go through, ECW King, is far greater because they're not used to the spots. So they've overcome an extra amount of adversity, in my opinion. Again, I shouldn't even say in my opinion. It's pretty much fact. That's a fact, man.
It's not going to be the only mistake that I ever done in my life. Not the only one. I've done worse. You didn't pay for them your mistakes, so I've done worse. So I don't know if you learned something. When you don't pay for the mistake, you don't learn anything. You need to feel the pain of the mistake, you know? I don't know.
Adrian raising the 1.3 million, and Nathaniel is going to make a chunky 3-bet. Actually, didn't look to be too big. The ace queen suited, and we'll take that one down. Kazaku betting 1.5 million with the king 3 here. On the 8-3 deuce, Nathaniel has a good shot straight draw. Looks like he's going for a raise in chips. And I think I'm going to continue with king 3 here in Kazaku's shoes. Problem is, not too many good turn cards that we're going to be able to continue on. And a pricey and spicy move you can make here is just jam. But the problem is, you get snapped off by a combo draw or an 8. You have to be very confident that your opponent is going to be check raising this with a very wide range. Or wide enough. Kazaku's just shook his head, which would indicate he's probably going to fold. It looks to me like Adrian Kazaku is a bit confused at what to do here, and I don't blame him. Nathaniel hasn't been too out of line with these check raises as bluffs. He really hasn't, and that's why you're going to see Kazaku let it go. But he really doesn't like it. Spidey senses were tingling on that one. It's just very hard for him to call and continue. There's just so many bad turn cards. So he decides to just let it go right here, right now. And this guy is talking a bit of smack, it seems. King, Queen, Jack is the flop pair. Nathaniel with top pair. Adrian with top pair. And that looks like a call. Turn is the 5 of spades. $2.2 million is the bet in the turn, and $2.2 million is the call. Nine of hearts hits the river, and this is not a good run out for King 4. 9.1 million in the pot. How much does Nathaniel think he can get paid? Good that he has the 10 in his hand. He blocks the straight. Actually, he has a straight. He's hit the straight on the river. My bad. $7 million is the bet, and Kazaku's going to think about this for a minute or two before folding. I don't think this is the time to put on your cape, buddy, old pal. That puts Nathaniel back over 40 big blinds. $5 million in this pot. The King Jack 7 deuce. Kazaku betting $2.5 million here on the turn. Kazaku taking that one down. Octave says, surprised they haven't shortened the clock. Heads up. You and me both, buddy. $1 million is the bet here on the turn from Kazaku. And does Nathaniel want to call here with a pair? Perhaps. Perhaps not. $1 million is the bet from Kazaku. Do believe we are going to have a break after this hand. Spoiler alert that it doesn't end right here, right now. Didn't mean to do that. Nathaniel will take that last hand down before the break. We're going on a break for the guts of 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. This one is far from over. 60% of the chips belonging to Kazaku. He'll take it after a very lengthy to intricate deep stacked levels. Oh, we'll see you all in a few moments. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here.
So, Fotis, this is a good question. It helps
but you'd be heads up at some point.
for some of our newer viewers. Can someone explain the event? Sure, this is the World Series of Poker Europe main event. A €10,350 buy-in. This is day 1B. You see on the top right corner of your screen, 107 entries. In day 1B, 91 players currently in the tournament.
I love folding. I watch the blood. Watch the blood.
So this is our main feature table. We have
so nice to just be on the sideline.
about 11 more just like this out in the field.
I won car accident.
You won accident?
Car accident, yeah. Everyone, throw your chips in, you fish cakes. Table's huge.
10-6 deuce, top two for Suarez. Jack's in a bit of trouble.
And Suarez, too, opening very early position with 10-6 suited. A dream scenario. Somehow flopping top two on a rainbow board and up against two jacks that were lying in the weeds.
Turn 7.
A little defensive now, Suarez. A little concerned about hands like 8-9 suited that could have been home, I suppose.
River Queen.
Mufasa decision. Do we try and get a little extra value? What are we targeting? It would have to be a 10, maybe pocket 9s, pocket 8s. The backdoor clubs did start to show. Then the Queen of Hearts on the river could complicate matters, and he is going to go for some thin value with the jacks. Snap called.
Yeah, the look on his face says it all. Is the 10-6 suited? How? How are you in there? Thank you, Mika. And so there you heard it, Brent. Dario says the Americans are much better at poker.
I sort of think he meant that.
Said better.
The opposite way, saying
Right.
it's better for him.
Oh.
Suggesting
No,
that
I
the
think-
Americans absolutely suck.
Yeah, that's definitely what he was saying.
Yeah.
That's another app.
He was certainly saying it was worth the trip to Las Vegas.
Should be the one. I don't have my phone. I'm going with my phone. That's not in my pocket.
I'll tell you what, it's worth a trip to any single card room in America. Jump in those cash games.
Yeah,
it is,
just get in there, go make money.
The evolution of poker, not quite as rapid as it has been across the pond.
All right, round 2.
These two will go at it again. Rincon the best of it so far, still as it comes King Jack 10. Mufasa not done with the Jack 9.
Well, he's at least acquired some more outs, but in terrible shape.
And now facing an 18K bet on the turn. Making the call river ace, aces and kings. For Rincon, will a bluff opportunity become available?
This is
Mufasa.
not the best card you want to see when you've got ace king on this board. Does slow it down, and will Mufasa turn this Jack 9 into a bluff? To your point, Jeff, it seems like that would be optimal. Can't imagine the Jack is ever good at showdown. He's going to blast.
Okay. 65,000.
Too late to bet 5K. I should have done it. I check like this. What can you have? So difficult, isn't it? Queen. Good river.
Kind of talking it through.
Can certainly land on a variety of bluffs that could be present, but looks like he's just going to get
Let's
off
go.
of it. Oh, my.
In a very fun spot.
Yeah, he has given back some of those chips I mentioned earlier. He spiked up about 10 million at one point. He's down to about 7.5 million now, but still the chip leader, and by quite a margin, the next biggest stack, Faredin Mustafov, who's on 4.3 million, and then we have Enrico, who is currently third.
No, sir.
Blinds are going up quick. Levels are just 40 minutes long. Blinds now 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante. This tournament, just a 2-day tournament. All these players want to jump into the main event.
I think I will call back.
Yeah.
It's around 2
Nothing
million.
better to do after you win close to $1 million than
Cool.
jump in the next poker tournament, you know?
Yeah. And by the way, Flight A of the main event going on right now. We'll be showing Flight B tomorrow. We getting all in here. Kamoski calls. It is a tax tournament life on the line. 11 players remain. Could we be down to 10?
You want? Okay, give him 9 of diamonds.
9 of diamonds.
These are a bunch of sickos, Tuckman. You celebrate wins when you're a sicko by continuing to gamble.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it.
Depends from
When
the
you're in
time.
Rosvadov, you're there to gamble, you're there to have fun, there to play poker.
Now you want diamond.
Kamoski one card away from.
Diamonds are forever.
Well, Attack has picked up a few more outs with that club,
GG.
but it does not come.
Wow.
Deuce of Hearts on the river, and that is it. Attack eliminated. 22-ish big blinds.
It's a cruel game we play, Suckman. If he had found maybe a slightly smaller bet size, Chrissy puts a little more money in the pot. He ends the hand with more chips in his stack. And then butterfly effect, every hand afterwards is different. He might have 6 million right now. Instead, he's sitting on 1.8. Obviously, there's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas in there. But it just goes to show how fickle this game can be.
Yep. Well, we have another call from him in the hijack. The other two limps, by the way, from early position. This one's a limp from the hijack, which is also a bit strange. Actually, they're strange, a little unconventional, I should say. Ooh.
Oh.
He does it with aces. Blom in the big blind with queen 10. Not going to fall for it. Says, let's see a flop.
Well done not raising there.
He doesn't even think about it.
Yeah. It is a hand that likes playing post-flop. If you were to ever see your opponent limp jam, it would be a bit of a disaster not to see the flop with a hand that pretty. Ooh.
Well, he's got a flush draw.
Can you spread the pot?
Cabral with the ace of spades.
Like maximum?
Victor looks like he's going to lead here. It's not just because he has a flush draw, but also he's the big blind. So he knows 3-7-5 is a lot of me when I check back from the big blind. I can have 7-3 offsuit here. I can have 6-4 offsuit. I can have all of these strong hands that hit this board that my opponents will never, ever have. Maybe the small blind has a few of those.
Right, but to your point, Blom's got them all.
Mm-hmm.
And the small blind's out of the way now, and now it's just Cabral versus Blom. Ace is still best. Because of that, is this a triple barrel bluff?
It's certainly a double. You can see that. I think you have to be a little bit careful always bluffing rivers with the missed flush draw, assuming that the flush draw misses. Because you want your opponent to have the maximum number of flush draws themselves. Those are the auto folds. So whenever you're bluffing, you want your opponent to have all of those auto folds, the draws that missed. So you'd prefer to bluff with something like if he had, let's say, you know, Queen 6 of clubs. That'd be a great one to bluff with.
3.
So you'd rather be bluffing with absolutely no equity whatsoever.
You got a double gut shot.
Right, good point. My bad.
The river, I mean, though.
Ooh.
Oh.
Blom hits a pair.
That's a tricky card. Because when Cabral calls twice, you're actually getting quite thin if you were to pile it in with top pair.
So Blom hits top pair and checks. Cabral with less than a pot size bet remaining. Does he pile it all in?
$295.
He decides not to go all in. He just goes 295,000, giving his opponent a pretty good price. So it's, we'll call it 300,000 to win 1.6 million. Victor Blom getting more than 5 to 1. It does make the call, sees the bad news. And Martin Cabral back up to 2.8 million. Victor Blom down to 1.8 million.
Some people work, for some not. I don't know.
Well, who's not afraid of monsters underneath
true.
the bed?
That's terrifying.
You know, nobody wants that.
Eight five deuce. Top pair for Rincon, second pair for Zuber, straight draw.
Now that's a flop.
Fasa. Straight flush draw, excuse me. Leads for 4K.
Just get it in, fellas. Play for all of it.
Nice fold. With these two, they might. We start, though, with a bet and a call. Oh, and the jack of clubs on the turn, making Mufasa the flush. And Rincon top 2.
Now Mufasa, after leading the flop, is going to check the turn. The moment, a disaster for Rincon. If he bets here, curious if Mufasa comes with a check raise. How does he want to navigate? He's reaching.
Goes about half pot, 8K.
The angry scowl from Mufasa as well.
Making the call. River 6 of diamonds. His hand is best. And another check.
As played, Runken has no reason to believe that his hand isn't best. With jacks and eights, sizes it up to 25,000. Mufasa could be concerned about a flush over flush situation, given the line. And if he does just call, it's because of that. Otherwise, raise.
And there is that raise, the check jam.
3-4 you have. How much?
Ask for a count.
Sorry? 111. That was strong hand. I have flush.
Try and find the bluffs here, Jeff.
Yeah.
Maybe 6-7 with one club in your hand.
Yeah, remember the lead on the flop maybe takes away some potential hands with ace of clubs in them. But there is that call. And the Bulgarian gets paid off on the check jam.
I don't really care about it much, so I'm just gonna pull it. But you're the big man, my friend. Okay, just let it to sleep. Can you put the call or it falls?
Alrighty, folks, we are back. We are live for the last time. Well, it mightn't be the last time tonight. If you're just tuning in, it's the conclusion of the €1,100 World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. I'm your broadcaster, Action Man Dan. And the game goes on. They are playing a heads-up battle for the ages for over €70,000. We're about to put a ribbon on this thing, but it could go on for quite some time yet. One of these remaining players will become your champion. And whoa, whoa, whoa. Adrian has ripped the button with King 3 suited. Nathaniel has called with pocket tens. Quite the catch. Heads up. It is Queen Jack 8. king needed for Adrian. 42 million in this pot. Third is a deuce. Just a king and a king only. Or Nathaniel is going to have an overwhelming chip lead. River is a 9. As Apocalypse says, heads up for 3 hours. Aye. Aye, Paul. Indeed. Whoever's with me still in the chat, nearly 10 hours into the stream, give me a hells yeah. Or whatever the equivalent of your hells yeah is. Akai the new. And we're going to do a little chip count skis. Kazaku just cannot get over the finish line. Now, granted, we all know that was a big boy jam, to say the least. Proctor says, bit late for a hell yeah, more like a to be sure. Okay, no pair, no draws. Not quite getting titties out, but some sort of a arse is being waved in the chat. Okay. Great, lovely. You wiggle that bum, son. You want some? It is 10 o'clock in Ireland. A fat dude booty. Oh, God. Which means it is 11 p.m. at King's. Yeah, switch it up to girl, but seems a little bit better considering it's basically an entire male audience. It's been a great tournament so far. It's been a great few days so far. Give yourselves a round of applause. Moderators have been fantastic, especially Apocalypse. In 2025 so far, he would be the man of the match, but you all get a huge honorable mention. All the regulars in the chat box keeping me alive and well. Keeping ye entertained. You keep me entertained. It's a whole beautiful symbiosis. And Kazaku seems to have had enough and is just going to rip. And Nathaniel, somehow, not only does he catch pocket 10s in a heads-up battle, he's just caught pocket 9s 2 hands later. And this could be the last hand of the night because the flop is 8-3 deuce. Adrian needing a lot of help as we hit the turn. Turn is a 4, a glimmer of hope perhaps. Still a lot of work to do as we hit the river. River is a 9. And it is a 9 for Kazaku, meaning no. Adrian Kazaku has come up short, but should be very happy with how he played. He battled hard at this FT, but this moment belongs to Nathaniel Eldian from Israel. Congratulations and commiserations to Adrian Kazaku, but there is your winner. There is your champion. Congratulations to him, taking home €172,000 for his efforts. That's it. We have crowned yet another champion at this fantastic resort. We are back next Monday. I should have a Dutch guy helping me out for a few hours for the Dutch Poker Masters. I'm going to sleep for about 24 hours. I'm going to go to the gym, hit the ice bath, get into some form of a routine, and be back in fit fighting shape for you fans next Monday, 2:30 Central European Time, to the best of my knowledge. Until then, take care, guys. It's been a pleasure. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.